bro. That's a hell of a book to read, bro. I'm a reading ass nigga. I'll definitely read it, bro. Y'all niggas don't know what y'all like. I'm one of them people who know the major point is self-preservation. Y'all want to call a nigga lazy if he ain't breaking their bags. What if they found a lick? Or what if they find a cheat code? You gotta look at things like that, bro. And I feel like them type of entertainers are the ones I don't look up to, but I sponge off what they do because you're not supposed to look up to nobody. But I don't care what the whatever oath and this and that. Like these niggas, bro, is still living a dream. That's why I don't want to hear niggas like that complain about too much. You can complain, but hey, niggas gotta go through pain every day. I'd rather go through pain and financially stable. You feel what I'm saying, or whatever. Or what's better than being financially stable is living a dream. That nigga doing. They go, you bagging bad hoes. It's not. I'm gonna be respectful. We got some ladies in here today. I'm gonna be. I gotta be on a different vibe. I know how to hold my lick. We got some women in here, but you got all these type of women, and you doing a profession at that time. And he said he never got that educational purpose died slow, like allegedly that they say Easy E got. So in a weird way, this nigga got a W, and now he's directing these porn things. I don't know if he's still doing that educational purpose, but he got the marijuana company that's doing hell of a well or whatever. Brother, that's at least in my world. I ain't part of the bougie so-called company, bro. I know in this world it's just about what you have to take care of yourself to be yourself and to be free out here. I don't got time to be part of the bourgeoisie or whatever, bro. I ain't gonna cap. That sounds like a hell of a life to me. Let me go back to that's a hell of a life, bro. D said, if you gotta cry, might as well be in a Maybach. You know what I'm saying, though? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like, y'all working with me, right? Like, if you from the struggle, dog, quit cap. Shout out to Bonnet, Light Body in the building. Shout out to Decalo for saying that statement. If you gotta be, bro, like in that type of situation, bro, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't cap, bro. Who wouldn't want to get a bag and a bag and a bag and a bag? You lying, bro. Like, I don't want to hear that, bro. Now, if you change your morals and ethics, chances are you was a fuck nigga before you got the bag, and you just got enhanced even more to that. I don't want to hear about the Illuminati and all that. Do I believe in some of these things? Yeah, I do, bro. Like, I'm a reading ass nigga. I know the history of this, the Knight Templars. I know all that. But YouTube changed. We can't talk about things like that no more. My deleted channels can tell you that I know some things. So I get what you're saying, but nah, man. Nah, man. I'm not even saying it to you. I'm saying it to people who say that, like, nah, bro, I'm not gonna be a brother polite and all these other people. Get your money, man. Get your bag. If you're a good person, you just a good person with some good resource to take care of yourself and your family. That's how I think about it. I do chase money and chase the bread, but not because I'm thirsty for it. I don't want, because even if I'm dead, it's like a nightmare fear. Who's gonna take care of my kids and all that? You feel me? Or whatever we got going and things like deep like that. I really do think of others besides myself. Yeah, shout out to you too, D Calico. Like, I think of other people besides myself, so I'm not just gonna, be out here and thinking, oh, if I'm dead, I had a good life, because I had a good life, but I got responsibilities, can't folks. Nah, dog. Like, chase the money, man. Fuck all that dumb shit they tell you. Chase the goddamn money. The scriptures tell you that's just a resource. Unfortunately, the world we live in today, that paper dollar with them dead presidents on it is the new resource, and it's just I don't want to get into the other part of it because of YouTube. All this is allegedly because we're on YouTube. Allegedly. You see how I gotta flip everything now? Come on, bro. Like, so get your money and go chase it, man. I got away from the music for a little bit. It's because I'm drinking. A nigga, I'm already a talking ass nigga. So if I educational purpose drink, I'm gonna even be more of a talking ass nigga. You see, I don't make no excuses. If I tell you some, slick or whatever, chances are I've been feeling like that all summer. I got around you and got the drinking, and the truth came about how I feel about you. I'm telling you right now, ain't no excuse I could, cuz I was drinking. Nigga, if anything, that's where I felt most comfortable to say, bruh, I can't see. You feel me? This and that. Let me get back to the music, though. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if that scripture has that, but I've heard people who say things like that. So I'm not gonna be fake. Like I read that part, but I do know that's dumb not to get this resource that can help you. As long as you don't, sell your soul. As long as you don't, become somebody you wasn't or what and things like. What's wrong chasing it? That's weird to me. You get what I'm saying? You a good person. You don't hurt nobody. What's wrong chasing it? You're not thirsty. You're not gonna stop being the family man that you are, the morals and values and ethics you have. You still got principle. Like, so what's wrong chasing it? Them people who come to you and say, don't do this, don't. Them people getting that bread out of you right now, out of your pocket. That's the oldest con game that's known to man. I'm talking about, I don't care what nationality you are. That's the oldest con game that's known to man. Think about it. If this income, even if we say it's a depleted source of resource that's gonna not be here anymore in the next 20 years or whatever, but right now this is what I need to get this bread or whatever. Some of us can't be in a situation to get this or that, so we hustle out here and we do good, and I'm not even complaining too, to keep it real with you. But that resource, why not get more of it if it helps a little bit of what I'm going through? It don't stop my problem. The nightmare is still gonna be there. You feel me? The sorrow, all that don't get erased, but all the extras that you got to go through while going through that, why give yourself that burden? Eliminate it by go chasing that bread. Go chase it. You still that good man and woman that you are. Point blank. Period. Shout out to somebody showed receipts in the and we this feel like a Sunday for real. I don't know how we got here, but I'm happy. Hold on, I seen a verse. Did I miss it? Oh, shout out. Oh, D Calico on point. I'm gonna read that. Hold on. We're gonna read that for everybody. I'm a trill person to the point where, if my pops was watching this live right now, he would say you would have to read it. Let me read it. Hey, I can't pronounce nothing. So if I drink, chances are I can't pronounce it anymore. I'm just gonna say E. Oh shit. Rest in peace to Patrice O'Neal. I remember he did a joke like this when it was something like this that you gotta spell or pronounce, bro. I can't. Shout out to Refuse to Lose too, and Brownstone said PPP was a prime example of how not to chase the bag. No, exactly. Shout out to you, Brownstone. People who chase the PPP, I didn't judge them, but that is a bad example how to chase the bag. There are legal ways for you to chase the bag that'll get you probably more money than PPP loans. PPP is just if you tired and you didn't want to do the work, but that ain't something I'm trying to get into at all, bro. You feel me? And I think legally I could have did that if you're a sole proprietor shit. Damn, bro, I can't pronounce shit when I, bro. It's cool, bro. But you know what I'm talking about, the tax bracket, bro. And I looked at it, and when I lost a chance to do it, I was like, damn, bro, I could have signed up for the PPP loans and they wouldn't did nothing to me. I fell in the guidelines of it, but I didn't know no better. I just said, bro, one people I don't try to fuck with is the IRS, bro. They done broke a lot of great people, great men and women that I respected. I watched them real gangsters break, from the Al Capones to the great black ones. Look what they did to Wesley Snipes, Ron Isley. Yeah, they did it to me for a little bit. I am not trying to shout out to D Calico, but I can't pronounce it right now. I'm drinking, fam. Hey D, bro, like I'm drinking. I cannot pronounce that, bro. And what's crazy is if I'm not drinking, I can pronounce it perfect. And then look, I got a fake teeth here, and if just go to my channel, I don't got time to explain why I got a fake teeth right here. Go to my channel, and you will see me in the dentist actually with it gone and putting it in. Yeah, I don't hide nothing on this YouTube thing. Some of the things I do, that's personal family shit, but other than that, yeah, why not? But nah, but I don't even know what we on right now, bro. I know it was something I couldn't pronounce. Oh, let me read the verse. Hey, let me make sure I ain't mute too no more, bro. I'm tweaked out today, bro. Hold on. All right, I might have popped me an educational purpose perky. All right. The verse 10:19, because I can't pronounce that right now, dog. It says, a feast is made for laughter, wine. Bible gateway, a feast is made for laughter, wine makes life merry, and money is the answer for everything. A feast is made for laughter, wine makes life merry, money is the answer for everything. Hold on, with scriptures, one thing I would be fair to other, like if a religious person saying we way off, they might have a point. If we don't have, do you have a precept upon precepts for that? Even though that's brazy, I salute you on that. I didn't even know. I mean, and I'm a scripture man, even a Quran man too. I've been in Islam, and there's no such thing as Christianity, but allegedly, I gotta say allegedly for you too. But I don't want to get into that. But you know what I'm saying? Like even the Islam, I don't want to get into none of these religions. But I've never read this part, and I would admit that. You know what I mean? So that right there got me thinking. Now let me see another concept and precepts of it. Let me check here from the King James version. We know it's not played with. Nobody changes it. So let me see. Whoa. All right, 10:19. All right, hey, I wish hey, who could hey somebody help me pronounce it. Hey, let me before we read the whole thing again. We still playing music, y'all. I'm here. I'm a grown man, y'all. Ain't nobody could tell me when to go to sleep. I'm here all day. It's Sunday today. In fact, I'm hungry. So when I'm hungry like this, I know I'm gonna stay for a couple of hours. So when I get off this, I can go play PlayStation, eat some food while making videos and shit. You feel me? It's really honestly, don't worry about the views, y'all. I'm feeling a good ass vibe, dog. That I'm gonna keep this video. I'm gonna teach other YouTubers of what I mean. Watch this be at least over 1,000 views. That's just being real. By getting 1,000 views, it puts it on traction, and right there you'll see it's getting paid. Now, if they make it not suitable, which is yellow, I would only get paid by Prime, which is like a penny on a dollar. But either way, it's still worth something for the traction, and you get it is bringing something in long run too. Trust me, the long run, like you'll see, like it could be 6 months from now, this video would jump 20,000 views or something like that based on that subject. If that correlates with it, you feel me? You got to know that, or change your tags when something match up. I don't do tags though, but hey, help me out before we read the verse. I need somebody to put in the chat. You know how to your teacher. I'm gonna go back to kindergarten. Man, I used to be a good whatever. When you do the spelling bees and they show you the pronunciations, but they split them apart. Split that scripture, not the scripture, but the name of the verse, so I can pronounce it the right way. I don't want the Most High to condemn me or something like that. You feel me? At least I gotta make an effort. If y'all laugh at me, y'all laugh at me. You feel me? I don't have a StreamYard up, so I don't know how y'all pronounce it. I don't want the D leave or D still here. Hey D, if you know what's the breakdown? It's not Ezekielus, is it? Ezekielus? Is that Ezekielus? Am I saying that correctly? Ezekielus? Damn, bro, like I'm tweaking. On me, I ain't lying. I'm tweaking, bro. I ain't gonna cap too. I don't even laugh about this shit. Okay, Ecclesias. Oh, Ecclesias. Oh, Ecclesiastics. Ecclesiastic. Oh yeah, bro. I'm tweaking, bro. I done heard grandma and them rest in peace done said that 100 times, bro. Bro, bro, like my pronunciation is jacked up, bro. I'm not gonna blame it on being Haitian, none of that, bro. It's me. I be seeing people trying to blame their parents' background. Nah, nigga, it's you, nigga. It's me, bro. I done jacked up my pronunciation, bro. That's what you get living in South Florida. Look at me blaming it again. Yeah. Ecclesiastics. Oh, snap. I feel good, bro. Like, I ain't a nigga that's embarrassed, bro. I'm fried too, Crank Jit 23. I ain't capping, bro. I be telling nigga, quit being afraid, bro. I ain't one of these niggas, bro, that's afraid, bro, to get some type of help, bro. Because now, tomorrow, bro, I'm gonna at least know how. Like yesterday, I didn't know how to say it. Now tomorrow, I know how to say it. But you can tell I still don't know. Let me see. I gotta say it 100 times. Let me do it. Ecclesiastics. 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 But them preachers be saying that shit smooth, right? They be like Ecclesiastics. Damn, I can't. Damn, bro, I can't say it, bro. He said I missed the Z. Shout out to But Night Like Body. Ecclesiastic. Ah, man, fuck all that, bro. I'm gonna get to reading it, bro. Ecclesiastic. At least now the Most High ain't gonna be mad at me, bro. Okay, Ecclesiastics. Now let's read the other verse of it. Ecclesiastics 10:19. In the concept text of it, it says, "Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a child, and thy princes eat in the morning. Bless thou, O my bad, I was skipping the lines. Bless art thou, O land, when thy king is the son of nobles, and thy hold on, I'm gonna make y'all read this with me. Fuck that. So y'all can know I'm not making this up. Hold on, y'all. This is too easy to do it fast. Hold on, we're gonna read this together. So because I give y'all props, bro. Some niggas be acting like they know it all. Hell no, I don't know everything. And I've done read the Bible in and out, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember a lot of the parts, bro. That's big facts. I'm gonna keep this. Hold on now. Let's put it on the screen right quick. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on the screen. My bad, y'all. We going back to the music, man. Trust me. I even got music on deck, but it's like this man. What is it? Baffled? This man done baffled me. All right, y'all can read it, right? All right, let's go. And trust me, it ain't blowing my heart. Let me just talk. I don't want to talk a bong rip. I don't want to rip one while I'm reading the scripture. All right, let's read it together right quick. Okay, the one y'all looking at is the exact one that I got right now. It says, "Woe thee, O land, when thy king is a child and thy princes eat in the morning." And that sounds good, dog. When thy princes eat in the morning, sound like when I look at my kids and I wake up and I see my kids in the morning and I get happy. I know no matter what hustle I did out here, they see it paid off. They don't gotta struggle. You know what I mean? And you know that verse, listen to that verse. Woe thee, O land, when thy king is a child and thy princes eat in the morning. Powerful verse, bruh. Bless art thou, O land, when thy king is the son of nobles. That means something, bruh. Like the son of nobles. That right there alone, this scripture alone, bro. Land, when thy king is the son of nobles, and thy princes eat in due seasons for strength and not for drunkenness. Even though I'm in drunkenness right now, I'm like, wow, bro, this a powerful verse, and it speaks volumes because I'm the epitome of what it's saying, right? Look, I'm in my drunkenness right now. I'm not drunk, but I'm drinking. You feel me? I understand what is headed towards too. By much slothfulness, the building decayeth, and through idleness, idleness, uh, idleness, idleness of the hands of the house. Sometimes you got to stop and read it, like what your kindergarten teacher told you. That shit is perfect. You can't lose. Hand the house droppeth through. A feast is made for laughter, and wine maketh merry. But money answereth all things. Curse not the king. Not no, not in thy doubt, and curse not the rich in thy bedchamber. For a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that with half wing shall tell the matter. Damn. You know what I mean? That's why I be telling people, quit hating on people, bro. Quit hating on people, bro. That's powerful, bro. I like that part of the verse right there. Woe to thee, land, O land, when thy king is a child and thy princes eat in the morning, bro. That part right there, bro. I think a lot of feelings of my kids when I read that part right there. So yeah, man, I don't mean to go deep like that, but that verse is deep and it speaks volume, bro. These niggas be lying to y'all, bro. They be telling y'all, bro, don't chase the bag, bro. I be like, what niggas y'all listening to? They get in the bag from y'all while telling y'all not to chase the bag. But what time I'm gonna keep this and put this on all my, not all my videos, but when I do certain lives, what these niggas be telling y'all Oh, it's not about this, it's not about. I be about, my dad's a pastor, but he knows how I feel about pastors though. I do. Number one, my dad was a pastor that didn't really make no money through it because he came from having a lot. It's like YouTube. He had a whole lot of members when there was like multiple pastors, but the head pastor left. I forgot what happened. And then all the pastors split up and took each members and made their own. You feel me? So there was a lot of dramas with that part. I remember like that. It's like YouTube, and it's like that money thing. Niggas will say all that extra, and I'll be paying attention to pastors like niggas is getting all that money, untaxed, all that. I paid a lot of tax this year. You feel me? Shit, like I paid a lot this year, bro. I didn't get no refund. Shout out to y'all who did. I ain't even hating. See, even that's being real with y'all. These niggas be getting money from y'all while telling y'all to don't chase it. They don't, and for them to teach y'all how to get it, y'all gotta pay them something. You don't gotta pay me shit. If you this whole video been game, you feel me? Or in the early parts that like if you're going through a low view period, I'm teaching you how you can get over it. Don't get mad. Don't worry about it. Your numbers is really the same. It's just that it's not being recommended anymore. That's all it is. I'm gonna save you all the extra language niggas be doing on their video. It's just not getting recommended anymore. And I already gave game and what happened with that. But the money, chase the money, bro. If you're a good person, you deserve to have the most money in the world that you can. I'd rather the people who are the good-hearted people and great people. Let me take a sip to that. I want y'all to be the millionaires, y'all to be the billionaires, y'all be the good folks, the richest people out here. That's crazy. Why shouldn't the good people chase the money? As long as you ain't gonna compromise your moral compass and all that. And I don't really have a moral compass. I'm just not gonna do no fuck nigga shit, bro. All that moral compass shit, like let miss me with this extra shit. Oh, the values and all. Nah, I'm just gonna make sure I don't do nothing that can make me look crazy. But other than that, I'm chasing that shit, bro. Like you crazy, bro. I'm gonna still be a good person, still give back, still look out for the weak, still look out for the sick, still give back to the youth football team, still do all that. The cheerleading association, still do all that. Like miss me with all that. In fact, if I get more money, I could do even more for the people. Does it make sense? All that extra, bro. What the fuck is this, bro? This shit is backwards, bro. The game is backwards, bro. That's why educational purpose, some of these educational purpose PIMPs out here, bro, they be having the most games in philosophy, even if you don't approve of what they doing. I'm not saying if I approve or disapprove, but it's the game, bro. Or even a pastor. Watch them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Watch a college recruit on any level. Watch your football coaches. Some of y'all who played sports like me, your football coaches. It's just good game, bro. It's just good game, man. Eek. Damn, bro. I can't even pronounce it again. Ezekiel Classic 7:12. For wisdom is a defiance, even as money is a defiance. But the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom preserveth the life of him that hath if. And if y'all don't know why sometimes I'll be squinting my eyes, y'all know I either wear my contacts or my glasses. Look, let me show y'all. Y'all see that right here? So y'all know I ain't lying. And I'm drinking, but I got through with it. It was like a struggle, but I got through. But this bro is putting some good game in the chat. Hey, shout out to D Calico. I actually appreciate what you put in out here, bro. I ain't gonna even cap. Some people be wanted to, oh, they know everything and this and that. That actually made us do a whole segment on what you just started. Salute to you. I'm gonna go back to the music, but I need shit like that. Sorry if my language disturbs some of y'all, but the scriptures doesn't call what I just said a curse word. What's defined as a curse word in the scriptures, and help me out if I'm wrong. I don't mind y'all help me out because I don't bear to know anything or everything. I mean, not anything, but everything. But I know the scriptures say a curse is more like when you so I curse you and your kids forever to have to be in eternal hell. Like saying things like that is a curse. But me saying fuck you and all that, those are bad words. But and even that is not really a bad word. It's to the eye of the beholder, you know, like who you saying it to. So you know, and even a bitch is in the scriptures, but I'm not gonna get into that. So all these things when you say it's a cuss words, fall back. My channel, real conscious. Salute to you. I give you a lot of kudos, D Calico. Once upon a time ago, I had my conscious channel, We Can't Stop TV, but You already know I don't got to tell you on YouTube how hard it is to have a conscious channel. You already know that. I can't even get into all that. And I think I could have saved my channel, but I kind of just gave up, man. All them guideline strikes, not even from the people, just from YouTube, bro. Like when I show some, Egyptian philosophies that's dating carbon dated millions of years ago, so much that they can't even track the things like that, or even whether you believed in Anunnaki or not, we still show documentaries on that, like little things like that they got rid of, and you couldn't talk about things like that no more. The conspiracies, the words like that. So shout out to you though. It's refreshing to see people still carrying on the torch for things like that. And I'm not even the one you carrying it from. You represent like many people that I used to watch on YouTube, who give that good game when it come to that. Horror means holy because of horrors. Okay, see, that's I already know this man got philosophy just because when I read that verse, you just not gonna find it randomly like that, bro. It's not a needle in a haystack, but you got to be somebody who mindset is on a different path because you could read the scriptures 100 times and you're not gonna get everything. You got to really chime in, and a lot of people bear false knowledge, bro. I don't try to do that. I'll tell you in a heartbeat, I don't know this, and I tell you I don't know because I want to know it. That's dumb to say you know something and you really don't know it. You hurting yourself, dog. Like, I don't care if I appear stupid to somebody or dumb. Number one, I don't believe I'm dumb or stupid nor any of that, and I don't believe anybody can be superior to me or have more be more, like I could be more stupid or they could be, because that particular knowledge and resource may not be information you need to live based on what I need to live. We just need knowledge to be traded and shared amongst each other. That's it. I don't get into all that extra. Like, that's what fails people. But I'm about to play the music, but I don't want to go too deep because I honestly don't know what we're allowed to talk about no more on YouTube. You dig what I'm saying? That's why I'm saluting D, because it's like with YouTube, man, I done seen the best of the best. A lot of things get happen to them on YouTube, so I don't know what's approved, what's not, and I'm saying it respectfully. You dig what I'm saying? It ain't coming at nobody. It's just being respectful. I'm gonna give it up to the people who ain't afraid to have a conscious channel. In this climate, you gotta get on they fly, bro. This climate is sick, bro. And it's like, damn, this dude was brave enough to get one of them type of channels. And that's what I live every day, what I talk about every day. Can you imagine if that's what you're reading up on a daily basis for the last 20 something years, probably longer, bro? I'm gonna say 30 something years. I'm cocky like that. It is what it is. And now you have to suppress it. And even though I love hip hop, but you can't have certain forums and curriculums on YouTube that's not to guidance. And I don't complain about it because it's their house. You know what I mean? But it's my job to form a way to think of a plan to come about and have one of our own platforms that could be like a YouTube. But right now it's damn near a monopoly, and I can't hate the player, bro. It's the game that you got. You gotta learn how to play the game. I try my best not to really complain about things, bro. You have life, you have death, and everything else is in between. And the things that are in between is for the birds. You feel me? I concentrate on none of that. I just keep going. You can't, dog. So I'm not mad at YouTube. That's why I always salute YouTube, man. I mean, it is what it is. Whatever they do to clean their house, if they want to be biased for some YouTubers, it is what it is. You got to know it's their house. They know what's best for them. I'm just grateful to the Most High allowing me to get what I can. Notice I didn't say them. I said grateful to the Most High, because YouTube is man. Most High is more powerful than that. Point blank, period. So the 34 views in here feel like a million people right now. I'm sipping, and y'all probably think I'm done. It's already 4, and I didn't have to wait for it to do this. So we did the whole subject on that verse. Now I'm gonna get back to the music. That's in the other, see it in my sleep. So we proceed on them. And they got them motherfucking girls. The more I saw, the more blood blue, really disappear. Really disappear too. Then I felt just like a pig. It wasn't even close to Halloween. It was.
Yo, yo, yo. And like the brother asked for precept after precept. You feel me? So that means you can't just find it once in the Bible. You have to be able to pull it up more than once, multiple times to prove it has value in the Bible. Uh, that's real. Egyptology. You ain't lying, brother. I'm gonna drop this link too, matter of fact. All right. Yeah. Like I say, precept after precept. So to show you that it's not just one Bible verse that has this kind of a meaning, but it's another actual ecclesiastic verse, Ecclesiastes 7:12. For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense. But the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom gives life to them that have it. Uh, if you're wise, you're gonna live longer, I guess, is what they're truly trying to say. Not to say you can't be assassinated or whatever the case, but hey, for the most part, your wisdom is a defense. Just like money is a defense, the Bible's letting you know the benefit of the dollar. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the US dollar on it, but money, what we call it money. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, yeah. Yes, sir. Pieces made for that. Okay, yeah. Like this says, Ecclesiastes 10:9. Mm-hmm. Ecclesiastes 10:9. A feast is made for laughter. Wine makes life merry. And money is the answer for everything. You know what I mean? That's for sure, sis. Yep. That's the best thing about it. And I'm talking about it's the one thing we can take to the grave with us. You know how people always be like, ain't no Wells Fargo truck gonna be at your funeral, you know, to say that you're not gonna take this money with you. But the true wealth is the knowledge, and you will take it back, take it with you. And if you're truly anointed, then you will be reborn with all your knowledge. So you take it to the afterlife. I mean, after this life, on to the next life. That's the resurrection. You know what I'm saying? Being born with all your knowledge, with all your memory. Like we said, we're trying to remember uh, the body of a sorry. Oh shoot! I'm typing. They got me. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely say the cemetery is the supreme library. Like they say, every time my ancestors, passes or transitions, they say a library burns to the ground. So those libraries haven't burned to the ground, but we can't say they are located in that cemetery. Yeah, in a sense, like you say, like we were just speaking on what's really wealth, that knowledge. You right. That is where all the wealth is. All the wealth must return back to that realm. You feel me? The knowledge is not from this realm. That's why it transitions. That's like saying we're not necessarily from this realm. but we're so comfortable in this realm, but we've gotten so comfortable in this realm that we think the transition is out of place. When really the coming was more out of place than the transition is. You know, real talk. So people only the only Bible verse people know. Yeah, it seems like the only Bible verse people know is one when they say money is the root of, the love of money is the root of all evil. You feel me? Nah, it's like they say, the Bible tell you it's the love for the love of money is the root of all evil. So it's not the money. It's not the money. It's like saying a gun can protect you, but guns have been misused, so it can also threaten you. You feel me? So it's like they say, it's never what you do, but how you do it. So it's the love for the money. It's the fact that a person is yearning and dying for the money. He's so hungry. Like, even these rich Jews will tell you that the only reason people commit crimes is poverty. Even though it's obviously naturally in them because they're not impoverished and they still are evil. What up? What up, Squid?
What's up with you, King? How you doing, man?
Man, it's all good, bro. You already know. Pleasure to have you up here,
I
bro.
hear you. Me too, man. Yeah, man. It just came up to take up space, man. Maybe chime in here and there.
Yeah, man. For sure, sure. Hey, if anything, that's just showing love. You know what I mean?
Word,
Because it's
definitely
just
support.
yeah, it's just like in the hip hop game. Like you ain't gonna collab with nobody who ain't real in these streets. You know what I mean? It's that
Yeah,
type
I
of thing.
definitely won't just get up on anybody panel. You know, I fucks with you, man. Real
Yeah,
talk.
man. Real talk.
I never seen this scripture, this verse right here, never. And
Yeah, man. Yeah,
that's
they
pretty
hide this kind of stuff. They hide from you.
man.
Yeah, they're not interested in
It
us.
say money is the answer for everything. Isn't that something?
Yep, yep. It answers all problems. Is what it says in different variation or translation, but it's still saying the same thing. That is gonna
Yeah.
answer. It's the answer for everything.
You know what
Mm.
though? Because the Bible's slick, bro. Right? Like the Bible, like, all right. This is what I'll do. And it's not no devil advocate shit, right? But this is me, my first time seeing this Ecclesiastes. Oh, this is from the Apocrypha. No wonder. I'm not as familiar with the Apocrypha more than as the other one.
And see, this is why I was trying to tell her brother. I ain't gonna even worry about the name, but I was trying to tell her brother because they talking about how they got the video speaking about the law. Matter of fact, I think that was on your platform. No, it wasn't. It was Big for the OG. Yeah, but the sister was on there talking about law to a degree, and he was talking about law, and then they brought up ecclesiastical law. Matter of fact, they brought up canonical or canon law. You feel me? And then they brought up ecclesiastical law. All of that references the Bible.
It
Canon.
does. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. And they are like, I'm
why would
crazy,
they? I mean, would they argue that? Wait a minute, I might have seen that.
bro. Yeah, they argued that.
Parts of
It
that
was a big
canon
fallout that
law
night.
shit.
It ended up being a big fallout that night. But I'm like, canon law
This is what.
has to do with the Bible. Ecclesiastical law. Look right here. This is ecclesiastic, or this is Ecclesiastes right here. 10:9. You feel me?
Yeah,
Ecclesiastes has to do with the
I
Bible.
don't know how familiar it does. Ecclesiastical and canon law. That's definitely
Yeah.
scriptural type talk.
Yep.
And I don't know anybody who's familiar with those lanes, let alone
Well, Hebrew
stocked
Israelites.
enough to bring it up.
Yeah, like see,
It was a
people.
yeah.
No. People like to steal from different sects. Like people been stealing game from the Moors and making us sound stupid because they don't got the game. They don't really got the game, and they talking that talk. You feel me? Like a lot of Aboriginals have just dressed up Moorish science into Aboriginal science. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
And people
Yes, sir.
gobbling
I
it
agree
up.
with that.
They gobble it up. You feel me?
Yeah, I
So
agree with that. And Root Word been saying that shit too, for real, by the way.
any Moor
So
would have been told you that. Any Moor. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's crazy, sad. Like it's no battle. For one, I think they mad because we was woke before them. We already knew what our grandma told us. We knew our grandma said that we were Cherokee, Blackfoot, Crow, you know what I'm saying? Whatever tribe. We knew that. And we knew we were Moors. So it's like, damn, y'all ain't know none of that. You feel me? You just found out you so-called Indian. Well, wake the hell up. You a Moor too. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to be tied to ancient. They don't want to be tied to ancient people. But I'm gonna tie their hands and their feet.
They kind of, I guess I think they kind of, and this is not no shots, but it's true that the information is parallel except for the name of the group or the faction that is like you said, take that information and they trying to go somewhere with it, but alienate Moors, for example, or call out things that's like, this is why we don't fuck with Moors. I've heard that a lot from Aboriginal concepts. So
Man,
I mean,
bro, it's so fucking sad. Like, you gotta have big balls to be a Moor. I'm just being honest because the Pan Africans they ain't fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? You got General Sarasota Seti and them sitting over there like, fuck you, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Then the Pan Americans ain't even fucking. The Aboriginal community ain't fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? The Europeans ain't fucking with you. It's like everybody gonna turn against the Moors. It's like,
isn't that what happened in the past? They just
happens,
replaying
every time. Yep, they replaying it.
And you said crazy. It too. Like most of the Aboriginal community really does make up of Masons, Freemasons, Masons, whichever one.
Yeah, Freemasons. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes the sense. And you know what? I've been so general and shit that I done forgot what the difference is if I ever knew. So I just bundle them up together in a pack. Mason, Mason, Freemason or Mason. But I'm pretty sure a Mason would tell me like what the difference is. And regardless, the Aboriginal community definitely got a lot of Eastern Stars and Masons in that mug. You understand? So
yeah, they typical niggas, man. And for one, we've been attacked for a while now. We've been attacked by these Freemasons. I think somebody told them to leave the lodge and come to our backyards and learn all they could. Because I remember
the information.
Right, that's it, bro. Right before the Moors in my city fell, seemed like the feds started getting in our shit and attacking people. Right before that, all of a sudden, all the Freemasons in my city started bringing their fuck ass to the park. You feel me? Come to our meetings and shit. And I know them. I know these fuckers. And they know I tried to bring this to them a half a decade before they brought their ass over there. So I'm like, why you coming now? You know what I'm saying? I'm looking like, damn, I've been spoke this knowledge, y'all. You argued with me. You know what I'm saying? Now you here and y'all in droves. I'm talking about like 20, 30, 40, 50 deep. But y'all never came a day in y'all life.
It seemed like the rush for being the face of information is the motivation as opposed to real live unity with the whole thing.
Damn, that's deep. That's real. It is. They are all, hoping to be the next Christopher Columbus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They want to
Yeah,
discover the information.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
And bring it to the European. Look like that what it looked like. They want to
They
take it
want
back
to
to the
bring it
European.
to the world through their own people. And that kind of, it seems like that is good enough for them. I haven't seen any real pressing outside of argumenting and trying to iron out a new wave. And I've seen people use information by white Masons from the 17 or 1800s that they use to reinforce their Aboriginal concepts. And that could be a way they can splinter off by maintaining the Aboriginal, aka the Masonic viewpoints, and just how would you say what it assimilating, or what happens when the blob comes and it takes over the shit?
Yeah, I mean assimilating is a word, but I know what you're saying. You like, it's definitely gonna engulf them. You know, all of that is,
Hey yo, so on this scripture, right? Because I like scripture talks, and even
Yep.
though I have an apocrypha, but I need more time. I'm working on more time so that I could get my druthers together. But looking at this, a feast is made for laughter, wine makes life merry, and money is the answer for everything, seems to be a quip, seems to be a setup for an illustration of the flaw in man. Because a feast is made for laughter, that's debatable. And wine makes merry, that's also debatable. Because a drunkard typically is depressed. So to
but
say and
the
money is the
feast.
answer for everything is kind of like
Hey,
addressing a base
hey,
mentality.
have you? For one, we never seen, unless it was like a Thanksgiving or a holiday. We're not used to seeing a table lined up like a true feast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you do see it, you know that good times are on the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't gonna be nobody frowning around this table. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Stomach gonna be full.
so automatically you're gonna be joyful. You know what I'm saying? It's just like Solomon said in the Bible. He said, he was the most wisest of them all. And after all his time on life and thinking on what's the meaning of life, he finally came to the conclusion that the meaning of life is to eat, drink, and be merry. Like, he was like,
Yeah.
there's nothing better, nothing else you can do, man. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Just eat, drink, and be merry. You know?
Hey,
And yeah,
that
and yeah,
that that's some jovial type shit, man.
yeah.
Because we can't do that. It's like saying, the gods made us, and we just the avatar to just fuck off and enjoy that which the gods can't. Type shit is what I'm hearing. And
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mentioned you mentioned SETI, and I I watched SETI the other day. Was it yesterday? Yo, SETI funny though to me. He's hilarious, yo, for real. I think he got some pastor in him. He got some type of church
Boy,
guy in him.
you good. Well, you good at this shit. Him and Bro Sanchez could definitely start a congregation.
You right. Yep.
You know
I
what I
would
mean?
agree with that. I would agree.
Yep.
Hey, did you
Yep.
see the SETI? Did you see the SETI when he said, them people out there trying to call on Jesus and they just give boo boo boo.
Yeah. Yeah, he started his show off
This
talking shit
number
like
has been
that. Yeah.
disconnected. Hey, that shit was too funny, yo.
Man, said it, true calling probably was like a stand-up comedian. He don't even know it, dog. Like,
He don't know it.
man,
So
that nigga
yeah,
could definitely been on Comic View.
that shit was hilarious. And I'll be taking, I don't know, I'll be particular on people who take shots at the Bible, but I ain't gonna lie, that shit was funny as hell. I laughed out loud, you know what I mean? And he talked about how when he like, I like when he tell that story. He done it multiple times when he tell the story how when he was reading the Bible and he was like asking and talking to God, when really it was him talking to him, talking to himself, right? But what I was hearing was he was like, God, I want to be your prophet, make me your prophet. And I almost left a comment about this shit. I almost said, yo, is you not a type prophet though? With the work that you put in with that lane that he in, because you know he's very good in the lane he in, and he unwavering, and a lot of people done drop off, and yeah, yo, I'm not trying to put too much weight on his shoulders, but you know we all play our parts, man, and even though he's situated on Africa type concept, is, you know what I mean, it's, I think it's healthy to listen to that type of shit. You know what I mean? What said he be bringing forth for real.
Hey, like, bro, I ended up going on Chat House. Oh, wait a minute, Chat House, Clubhouse. Same. That should be the name of that bitch. Chat House. Goddamn Clubhouse, right? And fucking around. You know them elbows, they be beating up on Marcus Garvey like a motherfucker, right? I'm saying, like, to me, they be battling the demons I battled already, man. I went through all of those thought process. You know what I'm saying? When I come across certain information, and you just gotta, you know, look deeper and think deeper too, because you know everybody, you know, want to crucify Garvey about possibly having the meeting, secret meeting with the KKK, et cetera, et cetera. Wanting to get the boats and take who's ever willing to leave this raggedy piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, they thought that was the worst thing in the world. But see, number one, we're supposed to either fight or flight. We're not going to fight. We seem like we would rather fuck. So that is cowardly. We should flight. We should leave. If we're gonna be cowards and we're not gonna fight. Since we're not gonna fight, we need to leave. But we're not going nowhere. But anyways, at the same time, see, Garvey, his main thing was with this meeting with the KKK was that they came to an agreement. These two different parties came to an agreement that they're not gonna mix in together. Like, the cracker just don't want nobody mixing in with his seed. He wants to stay pure or whatever. He just don't want niggas fucking his bitches. And that's the biggest issue that we don't want to do. Stop that. Niggas just were like, hell no, fuck Garvey and the shit he talking about. Because they, you know, the whole civil rights movement was about getting some white pussy. That's all them niggas was worrying about.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
That sound like that's interesting. I heard a little bit of Bro Sanchez earlier today. It sounded like he echoed a little bit of that.
Yep.
I think his version was people was too busy trying to let's get it on type shit for real. And you know, that brother, some moments, yo, he sound like the coonest coon of all coons.
Bro, I'm just
and then other moments he's just, I agree with what he's saying. So it's an on and off switch with me.
Bro, tell me, aren't they the Moors that we be talking about? You feel me? all of the shit they say about the Moors, aren't they those Moors?
That's that's a good point, man. That's a good point. That questionable shit that give the Moors that they used ammunition that they use for ammunition to fight against Moors or their credibility. They the ones definitely enacting that shit themselves. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's real. See, they just don't call themselves Moors. But you got to watch how a snake move. They'll literally crucify the Moors for doing X, Y, and Z. And then they'll be say, I ain't no Moor, but I do X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? And then they're going to be like, oh, you straight, brother. You straight. You an Aboriginal. Hey, you black like me. You straight, brother. You know, all skin folk ain't skin folk. See, you ain't no more, is you? No, I ain't no more. Oh, you good there, brother. You can do X, Y, and Z. We free now, massa.
Man. So, oh man, that's a good point. Because the concept of selloutness is what they attribute to Moors when they don't want to fuck with what that is. right? They just go to, well, the Moors was selling the slaves and that type of thing. But the way I look at it is that the African European way is not helpful to Americans. So when we have Africans that are indoctrinated or initiated within their ways via the Queen of England, then that's that we can see the fuck shit and how they look and how they treat Americans.
Now that's the skin folk that ain't kin folk. For
Man.
real.
And you know what? It's all about ideology. It don't got nothing to do with the people. It got to do with once they get initiated and they in that version, then they take on the image of what been an enemy historically. But I would never put the people of Africa in the boat of the initiates who work on behalf of the queen. You understand me? Dan, I don't know why people just don't get it that way, but
man, matter of fact, speaking on Clubhouse, I just looked on there earlier. Man, some whack ass Africans who was on there, females and a couple males, brown nose, and the whole name of the title of the page was black males have add or bring nothing to society. I'm like, God damn. I'm like, this can't be real, man. I'm just listening for a few minutes, man. It's like these African bitches Europeanized like a motherfucker. I'm like, damn, that's the first thing I said in the comment, and then you just said the same thing. It's like, come on, man. That's like precept after precept. You feel me? That's proof right there. That ain't no coincidence.
Yeah, I don't like the whole Idris Elba concepts, and that's what you get with the Nigerian. I don't know if they call themselves Masons or Freemasons, but once they are over there and they get that initiation that's with them, then they are agents versus Americans to me. And so Idris Elba, the actor, he was a leader of the neo-Nazi group in England. And he all African, for real. So when you talk about Garvey and you know him working with the KKK, or even Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, and them working with the KKK, there's amongst those ranks, especially the European concepts, there's some type of we gonna let y'all do this type shit, right? And we as Americans, at least from my perspective, we don't get it that way, though. It's in our history, man. We definitely made deals with the people that's in power, and I won't even say we, but some people did, and it's always been about saving your own ass, ultimately. You know what I'm saying? And you can't really put that in a DNA. You can't put that in a tribe, or well, maybe you can, but you know, you just can't put in a people that, yo, all these people is sellouts because they're Moors type shit. That just don't make sense. Right? I personally believe that the European Moors that was potentially ruling in Europe, they came from Africa. That's what I believe, because I don't know where else they get lions and shit for their coat of arms outside of Africa, the Middle East, Africa and shit. So to me, that tells me that whoever was melanated and running things in the European areas, they most likely had closer ties to Africa than we did, or Americans. So it could be a shit show. It can be confusing, kind of.
Hey, I'm talking about truer words have never been spoken, because these people literally want to act like you know, if you know, if we could just put a stamp on people and be like, oh yeah, we already know how he operate. He's NOI. You know, oh, he's Nuwapian. You know what he'll do to you. Oh my gosh, he's a Moor. Yeah, you know he'll sell you out. Um, oh, you know he's an Indian. You know he'll scalp you. You know, some crazy shit like that. You know what I mean? Like real stereotypes. You know, based off of the first word. That's like ignorant as hell. Like we done became what we hate. We done became that Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? It's like like the movie Robin Hood with Martin or whatever. How people like to point out how the cracker said the word Moor, called Martin. You Moor. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
whatever. And these niggas ain't no different. They the same way with the word. Like, oh, you're Moor. Like it's the same energy. It's like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, what in the hell? You feel me? Like they really
So
hate a group of people that quick. And they don't understand it's really Moriscos. If you hear somebody ever brag about, you don't never hear nobody about brag about being Moriscos. Moriscos are the ones who stayed in Europe when they kicked all of us out. Any real Moor left that piece of shit. The sellout stayed. They call Moriscos. I bet you won't go find a Morisco to talk that shit to you. Wasting your time talking to Moors. We got kicked out. If we was in Europe, since everybody want to act like we only from Europe. You're more. Oh, you're from Europe. Take your ass back to Europe. Ignorant.
and that movie that you mentioned, Black Knight. You know, when we do see any illustrations of people of color with the suit of arms or the night, what they call it, the night suit, whatever, they are Moors. But when in that scene, Martin Lawrence was just a black man. He didn't have any other indication that he was a Moor other than his skin tone. So it came off like he was like, you nigga, for real, type shit.
Exactly.
You know, that's how I got it. You feel me? Like, damn. Because he looked, you know what I mean? Martin was funny back there before he went crazy.
Exactly. So, matter of fact, what was the name of that movie again?
The Black Knight with a K.
Yeah. So they was telling us about Robin Hood and didn't want to tell us about Robin Hood.
Well, you know what? And I remember Robin Hood. And you know what? Dave Chappelle played the part of the Moor in Robin Hood Men in Tights.
What?
Which I was more familiar with than the Robin Hood with Kevin Costner, in which Morgan Freeman played the Moor. And it's interesting, his name is Morgan Freeman.
Exactly. You know they know what they doing. You know this, man.
That's wild, yo. And he's a Moor, and guess what? The Moors always to me, the Moors played the Asian man. What would now be the Asian man, or something to that effect. The Moor was the wise man, right? And you know, that type of shit. It is civilized. They come with a strict that type of effect. And when they're not using a Moor imagery, then they're using the Oriental, most likely, to me.
Damn. I'm trying to see what they meant by the 2, 3 and everything. They wild with this. And like you say, they go to the what is it, that body armor. I see he got the helmet in his arm and his hands and all that. And that's why I be trying to tell people, like, when we say Canaanites, you feel me? People don't know that Canaanite means like a metalsmith. So we know advanced or alchemy is advanced metallurgy. You feel me? So we are the alchemists, is what we're saying when you're saying a Canaanite, because we dealing in the metals to that degree, right? And to that level that, yeah, we the ones first had swords. We weren't just throwing rocks. You feel me? We the ones first had body armor. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, standing behind trees. You feel me? Like, we did all of that That's why they know the first true representation of that knight in shining armor would have had to been a Moor, because I believe it's Saint Maurice,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the Moor, which
Right.
is also where they trying to show where this Black Knight comes from.
And he got a green shirt on, which could
Mm-hmm.
mean heart chakra earth concept. And I think the Black Knight
Mm-hmm.
concept is
Or Nagas and
racist as
everything
fuck.
else.
I think it's racist as fuck to say Black Knight the way they did.
They exactly,
Like,
because if when
you
they even
know?
called him a Moor in the movie, but they had the audacity to call Moors black.
Yeah, right. Isn't that something? They didn't
Mm-hmm.
say more Knight.
Hey, bro, who the only threat right here in the building? Everybody
The,
got a sword. What does that mean? Who's the only threat right there in the building right now?
the one prepared for battle with armor.
Armor. Like, whatever he coming in here talking about is whatever he say goes. He
Right.
coming to lay down the treaty, sign this paper, or die. I'm
And he got the
prepared to.
white gloves.
Hey, I'm prepared to kill everybody in this motherfucker. That's what he look like he's saying. You know what I'm saying? He
And
like real talk.
I think that's what that's what the relationship outlook was with
Yeah.
melanated people and pale people. That they was grown, groomed, and given. And the melanated people was just more ancient people. And so the nouveau concepts that the pale people brought forth, how that collided, I don't know. It makes for an interesting study, but it's definitely diluted with the information we got to go off with a lot of times. Because we don't see, like, I may got one picture of a group of knights, and I got a picture of, and I mean they melanated people, and I got another picture of a group of melanated knights with battling Mongolians, and they was all wearing the same thing. And so in my studies, I found that the Saracens, or the Muslim warrior class, their armor and their weapons, it was exactly what the same thing that the Mongolians had. So, I mean, I go back to Duke of Tears. I know he said that Genghis Khan was a melanated man. There may be one picture of that, but I think that that's neither here or there. It's like, how would you go from a person with this type of prestige that we see what you're showing right now? How can that be something of a fluke? That's so much detail. You know how much time it might have took for someone to illustrate that right there? And then and I'm gonna be done. To me, the most elaborate image of a black person in regalia and knight is called Unknown King, and he's surrounded with white people, but the picture is so good looking that you would think that, well, if he meant nothing, they wouldn't even made a picture, let alone put all that effort in it. But when it came to how we see it now, if we was to look it up, we'd be like, who is that? I don't know. It's an unknown king. Now they don't know who the fuck he is. And it'd be that type of shit that be like, see, this is how they erase and they lie about history. Because how you going to have all that, but it's an unknown king? That shit crazy, man.
That's real. Hey, bro. When you look at my boy right here, he really on some gangster shit. He would really say, "Fuck it, mask off." You know what I'm saying? Because you know he got the shield. He can cover the face up too. You know what I'm saying? Right now, my boy on that Future, he say, "Fuck it, mask off."
Man.
You know what I
And you know
mean?
what? People of color in America wore hats like that in the 70s. They wore their hats like that on the afro, on the side, just like that. You know, and that was a style, right? I don't know if it's Zoot Suit or uh Huggy Bear from goddamn don't I'm gonna get you sucker. Regardless, them big ass hats, and then the tilt to them is something that you find in American
Yep.
culture, and they don't even have no education about the type of shit.
Hey, real talk. It's like the brother was making sure that they don't fuck their hairline up. You know what I'm saying? They're like, man, I ain't gonna wear that bitch all on my head. That's gonna fuck my hairline up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tilt this bit. You know what I'm saying? So I never gotta have a receding hairline because people wear them hats all tucked on their head. Either it's already gone or it's finna be gone. You know what I'm saying? Because the number one thing about everything, it has to breathe. You gotta let that hair breathe. You know?
Man. And they made Martin Lawrence in that picture of Black Knight, the movie. He had on a blue hat, and it was tight on his head and turned backwards, by the way, which is contrast to what we're looking at here. It made him look all goofy and shit. You know, he played that goofy, clumsy. They laughing at him and shit. Don't know how to ride a horse. 23. What's that? That's 5. That's the 5-point star. So the green that you see in the Moore flag is a green 5-point star, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. Cause I was just thinking, as soon as you said 5, I'm like, damn, that's 5-point star. That ain't that Hebrew, that Jewish shit. That's that Moorish for real. Hey, but yeah, the sister was saying that you know, she said if the American Moors or Masons were so great, why is everything so secret? They should be gathering their people. But you have to really be initiated. Questionable to me. See, everything is being infiltrated. So these same Freemasons have done this in every city. It ain't just my city that they trying to take over. The other cities they took over already. They already infiltrated, you know. So I understand that it's flawed. You know what I mean? In so many places, I didn't had people tell me grand sheets. Oh, you can't. What make you think you're a Moor? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell? I think shit. I'm a Moor by birth, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He talking about no, you can't be a Moor unless you go through the temple. This and that. I'm like, I say, yeah, all right. He said, yeah, that's in Chicago and all this and that. This and that. I said, okay, and where you at? Well, we located in Georgia. I said, well, ain't no temples down here, man. So I'm a Moor regardless, man. And I done did I did my nationality and as far as putting the government on notice. I ain't got to put y'all on notice. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is he like, yeah, you can't be a Moor unless you come through the temple or whatever. But you can go online to my website and for $59.99 a month or whatever, you can become a Moor. I'm like, man, get the man, fuck you, bitch. You
Man,
know
you
what I'm
can be a
saying?
Moor through him.
Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying?
The
So if
digital
that's what you
temple type
mean,
shit.
goddess, Aboriginal, then I ain't with that sucker shit. They don't. I don't see them playing them games
And
with me.
that's a great question because really it kind of brings a verbal what is a conundrum or a quagmire or some dumb shit where it's like if the people was to gather their people, they would at least be seen by the outsiders as black people, right? It's the infighting on what is black, what isn't black, or what is a Moor, what's not a Moor. That type of shit needs to be ironed out, and if it ever is, the outsiders would see it as black people in general, people of color in general, uniting. And
Yep.
it seemed like you got a couple of factions trying to do this in their own way. Maybe for money, though. Because the Masons, they all about that bread. You hear me? They all about that bread. And so one more thing about her comment is that one of my one of my gripes with the whole concept is the Scottish rites. Because a person can be a Prince Hall, right? Which was, I guess, created for people of color in America. But Africans don't have no Prince Hall, do they? And if a person in the Prince Hall reached the type level, they got to go through Scottish rites to be valid. But when you go look over at Scotland, them motherfuckers don't look like nobody over here today. And they definitely don't, to my understanding, they don't give any reverence to people of color that used to be there that might have started that shit. I think that's when they talk about Knight Templars and it become a white thing. So, I asked a Mason. He was an older gentleman. And I said, you being a Mason, what would you say is the chances that people of color in America that's under the Freemason banner would be able to break off into their own thing outside of Scottish rites? Would they ever be able to break free from that Scottish rite link? He said, no, never. Quicker than lightning. And I think he was an ex-Mason. I think he told me that he wasn't none no more. So when he said no, never, it was condescending to the whole thing itself, him being now on the outside of that. You know what I mean? And I don't see nothing Scotland did for any of us.
Yeah, what CMOS? Hey, real talk though, right? When I kind of look at, the fact that he had that jersey on the whole time, what it symbolizes is the fact that it's like a football player with all his pads on, how large and in charge a person would look. That's how he truly looked with that armor on.
Wow.
You feel me? Like it wasn't nobody coming through more, more to be reckoned with. Like that was like futuristic. Because we don't, nowadays you got to see like a real robot. RoboCop, only RoboCop is coming like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So to been doing that millennia ago, that'd have been scary, man. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. That's awesome how you link the football pads and shit. He got the football helmet in his arm, and that's pretty much, and I hate to say it, but it's true, that's pretty much one of the biggest spells amongst people in this country, is their reverence to these things that are total psyops, that are totally disrespectful. And it looks like that's what they're doing here. You right, bro. It looked like the whole footballs thing is been the football is a deduction to a greatness, right? And looking at this picture here, you see the redhead woman, you see the mulatto woman who's the love interest, and then you see how everybody else is just white people. That's crazy, man. I hate sports, by the way. That's probably why. You feel me? I think it's one of the most racist shits in this world. At least sports in America, right?
Hey, going against the Moors is, hey, man, hey, it's got to be like we got a cheat code, man. I wouldn't want to go against the Moors unless I was a Moor. I wouldn't, unless I'm with the Moors. Matter of fact, I got to have Moors on my team because it's going to be like you versus all of them. You in trouble, bro. You know what I mean?
That's heavy. That's heavy, yo. So, oh man, and it had to do with time travel and shit in this movie. He fell into a body of water, and he rose up out of that water into another time and space. He wasn't even in California or wherever the fuck he was at. He was all the way in somewhere else.
Yep.
And so that concept deals with, I remember seeing that in in a Japanese or Chinese movie where a dude sent a message to another realm, like a spirit realm message. He wrote it, and then he put it in the water, and then as it sunk beneath the surface, it rose up on the surface of the water in another realm, and somebody got the message and took it. So him going into, the water being a portal is more described in Asiatic concepts when they dealing with the water demon, with the lady that come out the TV all wet, right? With the Kappa demon and this woman with the black hair and white dress. Like that concept is dealing with the spirituality or the connectivity to the nether realm through water, and water as a portal. And so they kind of slid that in there with him falling in water and he's teleported to another time and space. Like, what the fuck? So that's wild.
Hey, and you just spoke on how the Saint Maurice had his hat. You feel me? And then Martin, he ain't got it cocked at this moment, but he still got it, posted. You feel me?
And I don't remember him having glasses at all in this movie.
Exactly. No scene. And none of the scenes.
Right. So that means those lenses represent the archonic eyes, the big eyes of the Greys. That's what I would say that means. You know what I mean? That they put some type of archonic spin in it, because the only thing that would link in my lane of interpretation, the only thing that would link him having big black eyes like that is the concept of the water demon that's issued from Asia. And we've seen this in many a movie. Wherever there's a demon or a woman, or Michael Myers, or what Jason, he was at the bottom of the lake and shit, and they come out with the white mask, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing with that, whatever that spirit, that La Llorona concept is. It's like there's probably no Asian in this movie, but they don't do nothing by themselves. They ain't got shit. Like when a person in your chat say that Hollywood replay almost every occult thing Goddess Aboriginal said. That's facts.
Yep.
That's facts. And that's what got me in Asian bushes, because years ago I found out, trying to decode Hollywood shit, that Hollywood was getting their premise for their movies from Asia, from the Orient. Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, Jason, all this shit we thought was like original American horror is really come from the occult lane that actually connects it all the way over to the reason why the dragon societies in the Orient are the king to whoever else is in the society, whether they're African, American, or European. They seem to have been subject to the archons heavy. Like the people who rep the archons the hardest is them Japanese and Chinese meatballs.
Hey, brother, right? We were just looking at the Black Knight, and they had, some kind of white princess in the background, and her being redhead. I'm like, oh yeah, she represented Queen Charlotte. That's who this is right here. This image is Queen Charlotte. Queen Charlotte is the first mulatto to sit on the throne.
Oh.
So it was nothing but Moors prior to. That's why when you look at the family crest, anybody look up their last name, they're gonna find the family crest. And if the further back you go, it's dark-skinned individuals on those crests. Then after a certain point, no more dark skins. And that's because of Queen Charlotte, the first mulatto to sit on the throne. This is when the Moors lost their power,
Mm.
right? In Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And like I say, that's her right over here once again. Hold
That
on.
redhead concept come from China. The Tucharian are redheaded white people that descended from the steppes of Asia.
Yeah.
These are your Scythians. And so their bloodline, coming from their side of things, is the royalty. That's that's what they considered royalty. And sometimes I think that it could have been a trend or a fad to paint these misrepresentations of people, painting black people white. But I have no real evidence for that outside of what they got going on. But yeah, when we trace that redhead, that's me trying to find out where these people come from. Oh, she looked pretty there. She definitely looked
Hey,
like a
so
person of
I
color.
just realized I got to do part 4 of my Blacks Who Pass for White series, right?
Mm.
And it's gonna feature Queen Charlotte. You know what I mean? Had to give them the full breakdown because this is what happens, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't play like this. You feel me? We can't play like this. And when we do, like, look at the children. They could be cute as all outdoors, but that should have been come. That cuteness should have came from them. It shouldn't have been coming out of you.
She
You know what I'm
looked
saying?
like Solange, Beyonce's
Exactly,
sister.
exactly. So that means the next step, her children could look like, you know, I mean, what's their name? The two brothers that been boxing or whatever, doing all them shows. The one that fought Mayweather recently.
Oh my goodness, I can't stand them motherfuckers.
Yeah, man. Hey, that's who the son looked like right here. You know, like the son shouldn't have to look like a young Trump and Ivana. You feel me? When it came from a mulatto or any kind of a Moor.
So see this. So she a mulatto.
Yeah,
She had kids with a white man.
exactly.
So they was like, yeah, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Until that shit, because all right, now no blacks allowed. Like what? Wait a minute.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. No Moors. Get your asses around here. You know what I'm saying?
And I hate Mayweather for not knocking that boy down when he could have.
Yeah, when he grabbed him and saved his life.
He saved his life, bro. I hated Mayweather for that. I did
Oh no, what's the
already
white
ain't like
dude's name though?
Mayweather.
I was trying to think of his name.
Uh,
Something. It ain't the Dudley brothers. I mean, I'm tripping. They Instagram famous.
Instagram famous. They fuck with Joe Rogan and Mike
Yeah,
Tyson and shit.
yeah. They the worst thing that happened to boxing. they of that crowd that just it sucks. It don't make no sense. I can't believe anybody paying for it.
I
But
think, and this is just me, but I think that the fantasy of white supremacy lives in them, where they don't have to say nothing racist, but they represent oh the great white hope and shit, right? Like he thought that because he tall and white on his Neanderthal shit that he was just gonna fuck Mayweather up.
yeah, it's just like how sometimes you'll see a YouTuber challenge a real MMA person or something, and they'll come to the gym and meet up and get beat up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's their way of saying I don't think that shit real, man. You feel me? It's just like when people from the streets get a chance to get in that ball is life or the big three or something, and they get to go against a real NBA player and get schooled up for real. They be like, damn, them niggas really is NBA players.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's what you call generational wealth and white privilege mixed together. Because these kids First of all, how in the fuck you make a living on TikTok? You just a nobody. They're just rich kids that they could pay for gym time, pay for trainers, pay. You know, they got generational wealth. They got millions without working, doing dumb shit, pranks, and little goofy ass shit for real to get a little name and shit. And they just fucking around like, you know, we want to do some black people shit, you know. That's how they thinking probably. I want to take out one of your black kings and shit, even though Mayweather ain't shit.
Yeah, hey, bro. I literally had to look it up.
Money Man.
My bad. I had to look it up though. It's the Paul brothers, Logan Paul and Jake Paul.
That's them.
Yeah, it was Logan Paul. Man, come on, man. That's who the little homie right here look like. You gonna make the next Logan Paul if you ain't careful, man. Come on, man. This is what they talking about. They think the women's so fine, but what about your little Logan Paul? You know,
hey,
like,
check out Logan Paul when he not beat up, and then look at his face when he took a couple of hits, and I was like, he got a whole nother face, yo. His shit all dented in.
Man,
look like shit even more.
Bro, once again, I remember the other night you were talking about this. Once again, look how beards save men. Look how beards be saving these dudes, bro. Like he had to learn some martial arts or something to save himself, because anybody gonna slap the taste out of his mouth. You think Chris Rock got slapped? Come on, and he ain't gonna walk around with that booty face and think somebody see him. Nobody don't see you. You feel me?
Yeah, yo, he definitely some California rich kid on that bullshit. Real. We got Goofy. Look at him, goofy as fuck.
Yeah, man. Let me see if I can find a kid picture. That'd be funny, cause I bet it look just like the little homie I just showed y'all.
They grew up. They don't know no type of spirituality. Don't know history. They opinion everything.
Yep.
Everything's an opinion. I hate Joe Rogan too, man. Like, I don't really like to see some.
Did I lie? You gonna have the next goddamn Logan Paul playing around. Charlotte, damn Queen Charlotte, you Piolas. That was the name of the one from a certain movie. But even in during the civil rights movement, they called women who, wanted to be white. They could pass for white. They wanted to be white. They call them Piolas. It's like it's the way to call a woman a coon. You didn't call them coons. You call them Piolas. She's a Piola. So we got, that look just like this guy, right?
Yeah.
Queen Charlotte.
Seen that, yeah.
Yeah. So y'all don't need to see that too fast. They hate it, but they see it over here though. They see little Logan. And he got hey, come on, man. He got a little dress on. I ain't gonna get on that. They drip back then. They really had the worst drip.
The worst drip.
They had the worst drip, bro. And that's what we gotta realize. Like, it's just like saying I would not dress like my daddy them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If anything, they got enough sense to dress like we do. You feel me? Because god dang it, they was wearing little shorts. They were showing their thighs, man. Like, we don't even show our knees. We don't show our knees. Talking about showing our thigh. Nah, my pockets cannot be hanging out my shorts, though.
I just learned the other day how the Spartans showing their thighs was a sign of manlyhood, and if a man wore pants, he was seen as feminine. So that's what I heard back in them days of fake Sparta.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, like they kind of done switched it around on us. but I don't give a damn. And then I'm just saying, like, I don't even want to give them the credit, like, oh yeah, white man invented pants. He ain't invent no damn pants.
Of course
You know what I'm
not.
saying? And like time changed, man. We ain't going back to no skirts, man. If we go, man, they know if anything, we'll have. For one, a man ain't even gonna have a towel on around another man, so it just ain't work. It ain't gonna work. Ain't nothing gonna work. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing it. We ain't
That's
going back to them days.
that's to me. That's part of the deception because if they knew that pants was worn, then it would be harder to believe that when they came to the Americas the first time, people ain't have no pants. They just had grass skirts and shit. I don't believe that shit.
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't believe that shit. Like shit, it's cold and it rains and fuck you want to be naked for mosquitoes in Florida. I grew up in Florida, man, and shit. You ain't walking around in you feel me? Like when mosquitoes got there because if they was already there, then these images of Aboriginal Americans, that shit ain't real. They want to show it like the European had pants and shirts and shit, but nobody else.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I really don't even. I don't know how long mosquitoes been around. I guess they might have been. I know the white man gonna say they've been around, but they might have brought them mother suckers with them, man. I don't know. You know what I mean? For real.
Yeah, I
But
don't think they
mosquitoes is a
had.
real problem in Florida, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It's a real problem.
Yeah,
Like I don't know if you ever heard of a love bug. You ever heard of love bugs?
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like you probably see it on the front of a lot of semi trucks. They be smashing groups of them.
Hell yeah. There was more back in the day when I was younger. They used to have
Hey,
nets on the front of the car
bro, you
because
won't
the
even.
amount.
Let me see if I can pull it up too while I'm saying it. But I don't know if people familiar with really where love bugs come from.
I have no idea. You
Like,
know?
yeah, man, bro, love bugs was made. Oh, they already saying it right here. University of Florida. It was made in the University of Florida. They made love bugs to try to. They made them to kill mosquitoes. They were supposed to attach and latch on the mosquitoes and get mosquitoes up out of here. But they found each other more attractive. You know what I'm saying? They like, damn, she fine. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll find love bugs stuck together. And they'll be
Right,
flying around too. They'll be stuck to the butt or whatever, they privates or whatever. They
right.
they'll fly around backwards. Both of them. Like he be like, no, go this way. She like, no, this way. You know what I mean? They be lost. You feel me? But they say they was created for mosquitoes. And obviously it backfired because they ain't killed one mosquito yet.
Right.
Yeah,
Them bitches
sometime
still out here.
1950s. An
As a matter
experiment.
and I'm in Baltimore now, and they said that when I first got here, man, that first summer, it was like I was being hit up by invisible goddamn ghosts. You'll never see them, you don't hear them. These are Japanese mosquitoes. They black and white. They got white stripes and they black. Them motherfuckers, and they hurt. I feel me? I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Whole time I had to real life study to catch one of these motherfuckers. They so thin and small, it's like you don't see them. Now they
Yeah.
saying a Japanese spider about to come over, and I don't know what Japan doing sending they bugs over here. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, there they go.
Hey,
Harmless.
yeah, man. Damn love bugs, man. That's what they got the audacity to call them, I guess. Because that's all they worried about. They ain't worried about nothing else. They trying to get up with mama. You know what I mean?
Man,
Yeah, that's a crazy
what in the
looking.
world is that?
That's a hell of a one now. Man, they create these suckers, man. I ain't lying. Look at that. Like what I was just saying. about like, you know how them semi trucks, how man you ride around,
Yeah.
it be a whole nest of them bitches. They worse than gnats, man. They worse than gnats. You'll never see that many gnats on a person's car, even though you wish somebody could go fry them gnats. When somebody cut that grass and then be 10,000 gnats over there, you be like, I am not walking over. You have to put your whole shirt over your face. Just before COVID, that was
Right.
the first COVID. It was gnats. You know what I mean? Nobody wanted to breathe a gnat in.
This is why I think that you see pictures of people painting their skin. A lot of times, especially with the Maya, they got white men who painted their skin red, and that deceived people who think that these people was red skin, even white, even black skin, because they was using black paint. I think that it was putting that paint on their bodies as an insect repellent. Cause I don't know how they living in that motherfucker to this day in Amazon and they ain't got no clothes on. Bitch, what is wrong with y'all? They so one with the goddamn bug world.
For real. You got that entomologist.
Huh.
Heck yeah.
Red and black. Yo, listen, I think that they did make the insects, or some of them. Some of them. I think they did. No problem.
Yeah, you know, it's just like with fruits and veggies, you know, man created mostly all hybrids. So that's what they, you know, did. They created some hybrid, you know? They done put some bugs together. Like one that probably used to try to chase down mosquitoes, they gave him some wings. Like all he needed some wings, he can get the mosquitoes. You know. So they mixed them with a fly, and it ain't work out right. You know, you're a freaky bug. That's all he is. They call him a love bug, but should be called a freaky bug.
And they get this annoying WTV9 down. Yo, Goddess Aboriginal said, why make things why is everything secret earlier, right? And thinking about these bugs and how they could have been made, but how we don't know no difference unless we speculate. Like that is one of my main beefs with secret societies is the fact that they secret in the privatization of occult science and occult mean hidden. Like why are people hiding shit? And they got a monopoly on it now. So back in the days, the people probably all knew everything that they call occult now or hidden. Now they call it hidden and shit, and they
Yeah,
supposed to be
that's real.
special.
Yeah, that's real. Like every year, something that we are familiar with will become a cult. Every year, you know, it's saying that they put it in a vault. You know, it's locked away in time. You feel me? And we're not worthy. That all of that. You feel me?
Well, I'm gonna tell you how I feel like we could counter, block, counter, and attack that, and that's awareness, and that's why it's shout outs to you, shout out to people who putting things out there, the bro you had earlier, DJ BlessOne, and everybody else. Like the effort, people I think sometimes get lost in what the effort is about. I wouldn't know because it just so happened that my lane has been Asiatic oriented early in my searchings. And man, I don't know who else to give thanks to but the creator for that because I was unaware. And I forgot exactly what it was that made me get in they bushes early on. And I done discovered so many other things in the meanwhile. And it just get reinforced about what they're doing. Today, right? Just today, I was looking up somebody and I came across I came across a Japanese cartoon. You know what? Can you look it up while you're there? Look up. Hold on, man. I just want to show you what I seen within a couple of hours ago, and see if we could tie this into what we talking about right now. Okay. Hold on one second. I can't all right, put in a 10th rider appears. ZX.
Say it one more time.
Put in ZX. A 10th rider appears. Space, a 10th rider appears. ZX, and then put a 10th rider appears. I was listening to the Brother Cook channel, Bro Cook. Shout out to Bro. And he beefing at somebody. And I just didn't know who the fuck he was talking about. So I went to go look up who this name was. And that top one is the thumbnail that I saw. And I'll go to images. Yeah, go to images. And it went to Forget Joe. Yeah, the first one. If you could pick that and zoom in on that. So I went and I looked and I watched a great bit of this video. This Japanese video, man. And you know, insectoids are the ancestors that come from Earth that we all related to, is my belief system at this point. Right? And in the world that we live in, only the Orientals claim an insectoid heritage. Only have I found them to say that they came from beetles or some shit. You know, they all like Indians and shit. So it's all weird language. But this connection is to the moon, the people of the moon, or that government, and their government, that moon government, right? Without even mentioning the other moons or planets, as they call them, that is the ruler of whatever's going on in the world, in the hollow earth. And so, as you can see here, Japan, for some reason, represent the insectoid hierarchy government concept. I mean, when you go to their country, you probably won't find nothing any different than what we see anywhere else. But some reason they people, the shit that they be hanging on to, like if Americans got occult knowledge and shit and symbolism and everything from cartoons to movies in America, and they subordinate to Oriental, then what the fuck is the Oriental showing in their cartoons? And so this is on some 1970s probably, maybe the 80s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Look at these meatballs. They're all variations of a bug. You know? And shit, I'm going to use this shit right here, yo, because I ain't fucking with them, man. All of them. They superheroes, but they bugs. Right? And so now and in the future, what I would say is that this is proof of their pride, their occultic pride, right? Their secret, mysterious pride in their relationship to what is going on in the moon. And it back up that they could create, they're the ones that create all these avatars. All of them that we see, these body types. And yeah, yo. PNF, peace to you, bro.
Yeah, we got PNF in the building.
Yo, peace out.
What's
Peace
good,
out.
man?
I'm just peeping what y'all talking about. I don't really know what
That's
y'all
what it
talking about.
is. That's what it is. I ain't want to leave, but I had to when I stepped through the other day, yo, for real, messing with Root Word, man. But yeah, real talk, man. The vibe was, yeah, yo, the conversation would be built, man. I ain't even get a chance to hear the rest of what y'all was saying, yo, for real. But yeah,
Right.
salute to you.
Yeah, salute Red Square. But yeah, the other day, yeah, Root Words, he had said you be building on alien information. He wasn't really dissing you, but I know y'all got a past beef and he stay saying silly shit though, so it
Yeah,
is
yo, I
what it
mean,
is.
he came to the channel and he dropped some gems on the earth and shit. It's the Robin Flat Earth video.
Yeah,
And yeah, yo. So yeah, yo. I mean, I ain't know. And you know what I mean? I apologize to the bro and all that. You know, even
yeah, that's love. That's love.
yeah, it's all love, man. That's all. Word up, yo. And he dropped gems on the idea of the earth, and that shit was very, very interesting, man.
Yeah, he got a little. Be having a little information here and there when he coherent. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Yeah, what you building off the you building off the what you call it, animism? The zoomorphic types?
Man, this is like what you call it? Entomism. You feel we talking entomology. We talking about the insects.
All the insects, right?
Yeah, so instead of animism, you know, instead of being animal or animated, it is intimated. You know, ENTO.
Right.
You know,
Oh,
that's how we're gonna spell entomology, which is the study of bugs. So
mm,
it's like
mm.
at the same time, it makes me. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna pull up, of course, Beelzebub. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Because Beelzebub, matter of fact, Beelzebub is considered the first devil, basically. You know what I mean? Like when you look up the Essene Gospel of Peace, you feel me? It speaks when they speak of the devil, they speak of Beelzebub. Matter of fact, dang.
Oh, Beelzebub.
Or the
Okay,
Bible,
let's go.
you
See,
see the
that's what
bub
that's
is where we get the word bug.
mm, I'm all for it, bro. This is healthy, man. Like it all it is what your heart, what your spirit telling you, what your connection to the Akashic records allow you to build about. You don't even have to know nothing about it. This is when 2 cents worth more than 2 cents.
Hey, that's why it make you think
Oh
about how they
yes,
always like to say.
right. Fucking fly.
Hey,
Right.
is my
I
audio
remember.
free?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna say, is my audio chopping up?
Nah, you good.
Hold on.
You good, bro. Check. Unless you
Yeah, I hear
talking
you.
right now.
I don't hear nothing.
Okay, now we don't hear you. Akron.
Yeah, I just peeped that Ekron. That's like Akron, Ohio, ain't
Yes, sir.
it?
Exactly. What in the world?
Now Beelzebub, I take all that for a grain of salt, like Greek and Roman. You know, I got my own interpretation of what Greeks and Romans is. So Beelzebub to me can go two ways because it was once said that the bays was like worker bees for the queen. So when we talking about bays and eels, so BL Beelzebub, of course, bays and eels would be the devil in the eyes of albinos who was forced out of Asia and into Europe and Caucasia. So to me, Beelzebub, I don't know where he finna go with it, but to me, it could just be. talking about those bays and ills who had those people in Europe in bondage, or the light of Bay and ill. I don't know. I just
Okay.
interpret it like that.
That's fire. That's fire. I think that's fire. That's hella interesting. The Bay and the L. It's definitely there. So Bay L.
Yeah, but
Put together.
Beelzebub that's going back to Babylon and the first Masons who they who they was tracking down. They wanted to kill these Masons, Nimrod and Babylon and the Amorites and all these Tartarian type folk. So when we talking about Beelzebub, we got to put him in the same light as Nimrod, and we know we dealing with Masons, Moors, and the first civilization. So to me, Beelzebub, of course, is gonna be evil in the eyes of the revisionists.
Okay. In the eyes of the revisionist, bet. Check. When you said that, I thought listening to Baptizer Scribe or Scribe One, how he explained how these were all clones. All these people mentioned in scripture against the original man was clones, and there were different versions of clones that would be eradicated as time went on by new clones. And you reminded me that about how you worded what you said, because hold on, damn. The builders were slaves.
Right.
So they was avatars meant and built just for what they did. That's why, that's what I would say. So when you say Masons, in the way you thinking of it is like architect,
right?
But when it comes to people who got their hands on that was building that way, those was created workers, I think.
Right. Yeah, but I like I said, I got my own take with like Jerusalem, the Crusades, and so-called Tartarian architecture.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at it like this queen, this famous queen, and this leader set out to build heaven on earth, and the name was given was Dar es Salaam, or a peaceful sanctuary, what we call today Jerusalem. So these artistic people set out to build civilization on all four corners of the earth. Four corners, proving that it's flat, because if it was round, there's no need to say it's a corner anywhere. On top of that, they set to build civilization and end illiteracy and savagery. So these civilizations, the kingdom of heaven concept, all these buildings is one people. It ain't no accidents, like exactly why we got the buildings on the ley lines all over the earth and the grid. It's one civilization behind that. And these Beelzebub people, I ain't trying to get away from the bug comparisons and the entomology. I think that's what he called it. But I just believe it's a lot of, some people got a little bit of information, somebody else got a little bit more, but together, I mean, collectively, we all don't know what we're talking about. I just want to emphasize that. As far as the bug comparisons and the animals, I look at it as avatars. Like somebody just mentioned that. It's just the avatar and the energy you siphoning from nature, and trying to manifest it or morph into it, maybe. I don't. That's just how I view it, maybe. Until y'all tell me something else.
I hear that.
Yeah. When you look at it like a word, of course, like Beelzebub, like we already know, vowels are interchangeable. So Baal or Baal is the same as Beel. Yeah, I'm kind of having a little technical difficulty. I'm trying to computer up what I'm going to say though. But that Beel, Beel is the same as Baal. So that just means Lord. You feel me? So Beelzebub, bub, B-U-B, what meant the word bug. Like nowadays we would say a bug. So it's
Lord of
like
the
saying,
Light.
so that's where you get like a word like Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So that's what Beelzebub represents. You feel me? The Lord of the Fly. And the reason, like in the Essene Gospel, because in the Essene Gospel, it shows Jesus not only praying to the Father in heaven, but he also prayed to Mother Earth. You feel me? He prayed to her, he prayed to nature, and he called her his mother. And the reason the bug or Beelzebub was represented as the devil is because bugs eat our crops. They eat our food. Like devil means adversary. So our first adversary would have been that was fighting off those bugs, so we have food to eat. You feel me? Like all these different plagues of the locusts, and plagues of different flies and whatever other kind of bugs. That's always been dangerous. So it's been detrimental to us. So
Right, that
anything,
makes sense.
yeah,
That makes
anything
sense a
going
little bit.
against us, we're gonna call it our adversary. That's our devil. You know what I'm saying? That's why the white man is the devil.
So he
You
the
know?
devil because he was behind the plagues, maybe. You like you mentioned the locusts and the other famines. So that could be like, yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
Phil.
how do computer viruses work? They look in the movies, the virus or any type of nanotech that's detrimental is like they look like bugs and shit, right? Like they like take over everything, crawl over everything type shit. And that's pretty much that's pretty much the worst concept scenario, right? Where like don't nobody want no motherfucking spiders crawling up on them and shit, huh? Don't nobody want, Siafu is the name of an ant species that translate to God in Africa because they've been known to kill people who's asleep. Right? So, insects definitely, and plus I'm not fucking with no giant goddamn anything. So I would understand why what y'all said is, well, you know what I mean? Like that shit real. And plus that ball, that shit is found in America too with Balaam Shalom.
yeah,
Something like
Shalom Balam, yeah, Mexico.
that. Yeah.
But I wasn't even envisioning it. Now I can see it because in those days that I say in the old world, it was a lot of mutation and genetic engineering, especially when we look at the Yakub story. So now that I'm looking at this Beelzebub dude, he might have been the lord of these insect creatures that he was using to go to war, because it's a lot of that in the, flying humanoids, flying insectoids. Who
Mm-hmm.
knows?
Yo, you know what? That's a fire lead because guess what? Baal is spoken against throughout scripture, right? Which is a good thing because
Right.
Baal represent the moon god. Because you look it up, Baal also is mentioned as a moon god. So there you have the relationship between insectoid, because they say Baal, El Zebub is a fly, and the moon god, which is seemingly most likely the place where the technology to make people come from.
Right.
That's fire, man. And you know what, yo, D Calico, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna include that. I'm making a folder right now to include that Beelzebub Jiffy, man. And I appreciate the build that PNF, man. Both y'all get credits because
Yeah, man, it's real.
I'm gonna go find these archonic pictures from the Americas to put right on top of this shit, make it make sense. You seen those PNF?
I
The
can't even see.
Mayan stones and shit, or the Mayan art. D Calico, you seen them joints showing them alien looking motherfuckers?
Oh yeah, I
Those
seen a
are
lot of them. I seen them. Actually, it's this old Mexican movie director. I forgot his name, Luis something, and he just passed like 9 years ago. And he's actually the guy. His son is supposed to release this movie where he's letting African Americans know that they are the Mayans and they are aliens, right? I'm dead serious. This was the article said he was threatening the U.S. government to tell the black people that they Mayans. Anyway, he is actually the dude who released these alien pictoids or glyphs, whatever you want to call them, that you're talking about. This Mexican dude. I'm gonna find the source, and he was making
oh,
a
so he
movie
made
about
them
it.
bitches up.
Yeah, I don't know if he made them, but some archaeologists found them. Right?
Oh,
With the alien on it, the dude who's making the movie. I swear I'm gonna go find the source. He magically died, and his son said he's still gonna do the video. I mean, the movie. He said that this is exactly what he said. He was like the female alien is the leader over all the aliens. That's how he's talking, and he said it's a black woman. He said when the African American people find this out, the whole world is going to change. I swear, this is 2013. Right after that, that man died. I'm not saying this to get everybody worked up, but I'm just saying the source of us in the mainstream getting them alien relics comes from this one dude, and I'm gonna share that source with y'all. You
Bet.
know, I'm just letting you know.
That
So it's
sounds
a deeper
interesting.
understanding and all that.
So you ever seen the show Lovecraft Country?
Lovecraft, nah, I never seen that.
Man, for those that have seen it, they know exactly what type of part of the series I'm talking of. There's a part where the woman she interdimensionally travel or time travel, which is the same thing, but she's she's brought up by this woman with the afro and like holy shit. Hey yo, D Calico, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I can't say that I do.
Okay, bet. Because I talked to you because we just talked about Lamar Lawrence in the Night Armor. If you could bring up on Google, bro, Lovecraft Country, I wouldn't even know what to call her. Cosmic astronaut or some shit? Space type shit?
Shit, I had to jump on the phone. The goddamn computer charging up a little bit.
Well, I'll do it. If
I share.
I'll do it. Let's see here. Wow. And when y'all see this, man. So in the movie, she get picked up by, I'm gonna just say, by an ancestor. But the ancestor ain't no ghost or no primitive being. It's a highly technologically advanced ancestor. And when I seen this scene, when this shit was shown on TV, it's a wrap, son. It's no wonder why they canceled this show. It's no wonder, man, because they
Oh yeah, I seen that
the
shit.
writer and creator.
Yeah, I seen it. I know what you
Okay,
talking about. That
the
shit was raw, boy. I seen it like last year too. I seen that shit. The
in
black
that
chick,
top.
cause she was yeah.
Nah, I was just ad-libbing, bro. You feel me? Sometimes I don't know, maybe my mic loud. Sometimes I just be saying a little quip. I am not even trying to say nothing. I just be
Nah. Now I was just excited because I didn't know what you was talking about, but the show I seen, the chick she was time jumping and she went to like 1930s, you know, singing with a breast out in America. Then another scene she was in Africa fighting invading white people. So I remember that. I know what you're talking about. I just didn't really understand the concept of that movie. I mean the show. Lovecraft.
Yeah. I
I
thought
think
they was
that's
gonna
it.
have Cthulhu in it.
Let me see. You finna pull it up.
Yeah, you right. You right. Hold up.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. This it with them big ass frogs. Remember that?
Man.
Yeah. They was giving
So
the
she had to
game
be
up. Matter of fact, the homie got shot or something. Some fake police was roughing up a black dude somewhere, and he wound up killing a cop or something. Some shit that started the whole scene.
the whole
I remember.
series was racist.
Yeah, it was about
It was
racism. They got attacked. Yeah. Yep, that shit was wild.
they even showed the bombing in was it Oklahoma? The bombing
Yeah.
with the
Yep.
man. They
Damn.
reenacted that whole shit, yo. That
So you saying
whole
they took it down? It ain't up no more. The show.
yeah, they canceled it. They
Yeah,
canceled it.
yeah, that shit was the
They,
truth.
and you know what? And you know what? Both you might. Let's see. I hope to goodness that I got this. I don't think it's in here, but you know what? Let me while I got the screen up, I'll go back to Google. I got it off Google, I think. I'm not remembering, but let me say season 2. Now, so the show got canceled, But the person who made it, she's a black woman. She released a picture of what she had planned, and I'm gonna just get the picture, and then I'm gonna let y'all can have it, because I was like, damn, what in the world? What in the world, Craig? So the movie Racist, right? You got sundown towns in this series, right? You got racist police. It's just every white person is just, this is the most racist time in a goddamn existence. And this supposed to depict what CU had in mind for what, remember, so this had everything to do with race and people and shit. And so this was in season 2 that they denied. And I'm gonna bring it up so we see a better, clearer picture of the joint. It's a map of the United States. The green parts say the tribal nations of the West. The black parts say New Negro Republic. The gold part in New England says Jefferson Commonwealth. And I don't know what, and the white part says White Lands. Because I know it's blurry down there.
Yo, where this map come from?
This map came from the creator of Lovecraft Country.
Wow.
This is what she had planned for season 2.
Yeah. Yeah, they had to take that down. Because you know that would have messed up the pandemic and the other little psyops that got going on. You know, with voting and shit. This would have stimulated some thought right here. On the real, this is deep. So it's like we got the civilized Negroes in the southeast, and then we got our Pacific Islander brothers past the Mississippi out west. White lands, to me, if anybody know anything about Emerald City or Crystal City in Chicago during the exposition, a lot of these towns was called White City up in here. And it wasn't called White City because of no white inhabitants, because according to our research, albino Europeans didn't get to fully into the Americas until 1812, after 1812. So white, when they saying these white lands, it's really just saying places with white, with the light and civilization. But I don't know what the hell what she got going on in her brain. But I'm just telling y'all historically what I know. You know, but this is definitely I don't want to say Illuminati, I'll just say the insiders giving us a little hint of what they hiding already. That's what I see here.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I got a nice little vision when it comes to history. I've been studying history for over 20 years. Been to college and went to vocational training school in Chicago, learned French when Chicago was still a French city in the 1980s. A lot of people so drugged out and hip hopped out. They don't even remember Chicago was mainly a French city with like 20 something French high schools named after French people, so called Haitians. So I remember all of that. So that's why I got a knack for history and putting two and two together, and I read so much. So I'm gonna be 100 and bucko with y'all on this chat. I'm not really for the division and the negativity, but it's a lot of what we would call our people or melanin people that's behind it is confusion.
Oh, they making money and they safe. They promise safety and wealth.
Exactly.
Bro,
Yeah, exactly.
what you just said would link a Haitian link to Chicago all the way down to Haiti.
Yeah, definitely.
And
My fifth grade
man,
teacher
that's
was a
heavy.
French woman. Yep. Yeah,
I had no
definitely.
idea.
Yeah, it's definitely a major connection. They've been getting that bloodline out of there, and maybe what you can call the heirs, because there's a lot of people living there before the Great Migration from the South. They used the Southern people who they pushed from the West to come mix up the North people out of there, like how they use the Africans right now to, the tethers to mix us out.
Mm-hmm.
But
You
it's
also,
definitely yeah.
mm, I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
bro. Yeah, you
You
got it.
also said White City and Crystal City.
Yeah, Crystal City. Y'all, you can Google that. It's called Crystal City, Chicago. It was a city. I mean, I want to say a palisade that was giving off light using crystals, and it was part of the expo in Chicago. It's another Emerald City in the Midwest. It was called Emerald City. Another Crystal City. Another White City in Dakota. I got it on the old map. I just don't got access to it. And
So,
all these places had electricity.
okay.
You know.
So, would it be safe to say that a majority of these Tartarian-esque building-like structures is along this corridor?
Yeah, exactly. If you think about the expo in every last one of these states, you can say it had something to do with the expo. Like down there, I think that's okay. That's New Mexico, Oklahoma, Nevada. I mean Nebraska. No, that's Kansas, Iowa. Yep, all of this little strip right here. Or you know what it could be? We can just accept her racial uh explanation that it's the only place where white people could go. That was like their little free escort, or what would we call like public place for white Europeans. I would accept that. I ain't gonna lie, because America was really racially segregated and divided like 200 years ago. I don't want to just say that I know what she's talking about, but as far as the white city concept, it
Mm-hmm.
was places in America called White City by the dozen. So
Mm-hmm.
white lands, I'm not about to say that Illinois is a white land when we know John Baptiste DeSable and the Winnebago Kickapoo built Chicago. We know Cahokia in Cairo, Illinois. People been living there the last 2,000 years, this Negro or more. So you can't say Illinois, Iowa, and then Oklahoma it means homeland. It means homeland in Turkey, in Turkic
Mm-hmm.
language. You
Really?
feel me? Indiana, we have Prophetstown, where Tecumseh is from, right? It is part of the Harmony, the Mountain of Harmony in Chicago. It also has a Morocco Indian. So we can't say that's white land. I think that's Pennsylvania right there, right? Allentown, Pennsylvania saw its first white man in 1817. You can just literally go and Google it. 1817. That's 200 years. That can't be their land if they just got here.
Mm-hmm. So, what if the writer put a lot of truth in it, but a lot of this part might be metaphorical because
Right.
they claim in their history that the Vikings settled New England, Canada, Newfoundland, what they call it, Greenland, all that type of stuff. And what could be illustrated here is what I've seen in Africa when it came to the Japanese map showing their territory. And their territory started at a coast and it went up as a hallway, if you will, into the interior of the land. So when people invade, for example, right, they start off in a spot and then they come down like a trail of ants and shit.
Right.
And so that could be what she's representing, because we know this area is New England. And in this map, it says Jefferson Commonwealth. So
Right.
it seemed to
Thomas
be,
Jefferson. Right.
yeah, it seemed to be like a little message like, yo, they came in and claimed something. That could have been what she was saying. Or they divided the land. And there you have what is mostly, well, at least a part of Washita and the Geechee Gullah territory, like the whole South, what they
Yeah,
call
yeah.
it.
I'm gonna say, see, that's what's interesting. What I had showed on the other screen was just a slide off my presentation, but It just speaks on how the Texas, called the Texas Annexation Act. It's basically the expulsion of the Moors from North America. You feel me? Or Texas, to say the least, right? And when they pretty much expulsed them, they they labeled in that declaration and all of that, they labeled it that Mexico and all of its inhabitants are of the Mauritanian races. You feel me? And the Indian inhabitants. You know what I'm saying? That are also their friends or whatever. But it's saying that they're all either gonna, either they either look like Moors or they're looking like what we calling, Spanish people. You feel me? So they clearly told you that it was the Mauritanian races. That's why what they're saying in that map, to be in layman terms, they're just saying the Negro. You feel me? The
Well, they definitely
Negro,
use that word, Negro
yeah,
Republic,
yeah,
for the black
yeah.
hair.
But that's the same as saying
Mauritania.
all of that land was Mauritanian races.
Okay, so the Mauritania is what, the west coast of Africa, right?
That's what they'll tell you now. But
Oh, but that's okay.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Mauritania means land of the giants.
Oh shit.
So that's just a word that's gonna refer to us. You got Moor right there in the front. You got Mar right there,
I'm gonna
and
drop this picture
Tom,
because this is
Tom in the
fiction.
land.
This is science fiction. I don't want people to get the wrong idea here if they come in late, right? So I'm gonna drop the picture, but before I do that, I know there's a place in Texas called Edom, Texas. Now I just don't know if that's in this area here, because if it was, it would be a shot at Jews or Edomites.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. But yeah, that's definitely from Lovecraft Country Part 2 that never
Watch
was
this.
released.
Watch this. A little further south in Central America, you have a place called Tamahu.
The
Yeah,
Tamahu,
yeah.
that's
You
like
got
the Tamu,
the Tamahu is the ancient name for the Caucasians.
right?
You feel me? The first one created. So you got Tamahu, Guatemala, or no. It's in the Yucatan Peninsula. Matter of fact, in the Yucatan Peninsula, you have a place called Tamahu, Tamahu. Mm. Yeah. So
Is
who
this in
created?
Panama area?
Yeah, it's in the Yucatan Peninsula. So
Okay, so check. Oh man,
who created the Tamahu?
listen.
Everybody want to
Let me.
blame the African. It seemed like we all was doing it, or either just America did it. Which one? Either we all was doing it or America did. We know America did it.
That's a good question, but it mixed with Asians to me.
Yeah,
Because they cross beams and they confuse the Ken and Ryu. It get confusing because you say the Tamahu down there, there's Asians down there, but there's white history there. And before I leave this map too, I just noticed that, like, look, why these so-called states look like bricks stacked on one another?
damn, look like a Mayan temple. Look like a pyramid.
It do, yo. It do. They all squares.
All this time. Yeah.
And Montana look like a face. I got a folder for that. But that's, y'all see that shit? Bricks. They look like bricks, yo. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I got a
Like
folder called
we could put that side by side with a monolith down there in South America, and they look identical.
Yo, let me show you this shit, yo. This because we talking about Montana and shit, right? They talking about bricks. So they go Montana. That shit is straight up a face. I don't know what Montana mean, but they definitely had a Montana.
Bro, you just made
girl.
me. Bro, I was just going in it in my head before you said it. Cause what I just said, Mauritania and Ta, you see it in both words. You see the only difference with the ending is that we got NIA and they got NA. Because it could be Montania, but it's Montana. What I'm saying, Ta means land. You feel me? And then you got the Na and we got Nia. So that's saying more masculine. You feel me? But we saying more feminine. Oh, even both, it's just the same because they both
Yeah, I
really
see it.
feminine.
That's
Yeah,
necessary. You know why? Because these are motherfucking bricks. And
yeah.
who
It's saying
the
the moon
builders?
land. It's saying
The
land of the moon.
shit.
Mine. Yeah.
Okay, they the makers of the slaves. So check this face out, right? And that's fire because when you said giants, land of the giants, we don't know what they talking about, like who they talking about, but we can know, and you might know. This is a picture of Guatemala, and you talking about the peninsula, the Yucatan and shit. That's
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
area,
Yep.
and so this thing got destroyed since this picture. So they hid this motherfucker. They paid some cartel to fuck it up
Boy,
because
hey, that
yeah,
that picture looked just like a Easter Island head.
damn, I ain't never think of that.
That's the exact same facial, but a little more detail.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Check out that nose. See, they fucked that money up, right? When I seen this nose line, oh, that's
I mean,
definitely depicted,
I
man.
mean,
That's
I mean, the
definitely
nose is pretty much like an Aztec kind of a nose.
no, this is a white person nose, trust me.
I mean, I know
It's
what
a
you're
white
saying,
person.
but when you really see that beak on a
Yeah.
person, if it ain't a Jew, it's an Aztec. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about they nose. I'm talking about listen, I don't know where that nose picked that folder at, but trust me
Yeah, I
when
know
I
what you mean.
say,
That's so it's so pointed. It's so pointed, but it's just it's just the artist doing the least amount of work he had to do. Shit, he like, hey,
okay, so check it. Listen, I'm gonna show you why I think this is a white person, right? Within this folder. Because the ops, and they might be Asian insects, god damn it, but the ops had charted out this map we call America today, United States, and they go a face on it, and then here in Guatemala, he go ahead with it got a face on it, but check this out. Here go Nazi Germany, god damn it, right? This is before World War II, and this is on a parade type shit. And so I figured that they found out, you know how they tell everybody, oh, the Nazis were searching the world over for the origins of the Aryan race. You've seen it in the movie Indiana Jones in the last, and whatever the fuck, right? But this is what I'm saying. Why they just got a headpiece like that unless they saw that shit, right? And then they came back and was like, yeah, we're going to take this shit over, yo. So this was a precursor to World War II Nazi Germany. And this how they was dressing for their little parade and shit. And they parade in this head that I can't help but think that if it's this, right? And that's why you had Nazis over this motherfucker. And but that dude, but Montana was etched out before that though, probably. Never mind. That shit just got debunked. Never mind. Okay, look at her nose. I might got her nose. Yeah. Look at her nose. Look at her nose now. Now this shit right here. It's hard to really. And no, I'm not trying to be offensive to no one, even though they offensive when they made this shit. But check out that nose. Now we've seen this in Maya. That nose that connects straight to the forehead. So I don't know, man. That shit. When nobody want to see this shit. Like, yo, what they saying? No, nobody was dwarfs and shit. It's just that they extra the
yeah,
shit up,
yeah, they
right?
superimpose their selves,
Yeah.
just like how they make Europe seem so large
Yes.
when Europe is just a peninsula of Asia. What we call
Right.
Europe is three peninsulas. Spain, France, Europe, or what is it? Spain, Britain, and Scotland, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, they number three peninsulas.
Yeah, they definitely made people that made them other people very smaller than they probably really was. This is the king of Congo, where
Damn.
the Twa people supposed to come from. The oldest people in the world, one of them, so to speak.
Man,
Concept.
give us our emblem back, man. That's what's on the back of the dollar bill. We want our shit back.
Look what he got on, yo.
Hey, that
That
look
shit,
godly though, man. I ain't lying. That's ridiculous.
that shit straight from Europe, ain't it? If all those is diamonds for real, bro.
Yep. All that bird is all gold.
Real gold, huh? Gosh.
Ain't no question who got the dollar bill. You know what I'm saying? Well, his
Look at them
money backed by gold and silver. He got more drip on him than come on, man. Than the whole black economy. Cause we over here playing with fiat. We over here with fiat currency. Trying to fuck with somebody that ain't never had nothing less than 24 karat, man. He ain't never seen nothing less than 24. We ain't seen nothing over 18.
Hey, them diamonds sparkling so hard, bro. I
Man, we
know
know
they
most of
diamonds.
most of us got 10 karat, man. Come on now, you know what I'm saying? Niggas got 10 karat. And we over here, come on, man. We gotta stop it. We gotta get with the real program.
Man, he was said to be a cannibal, and he was unliked, and he's no longer the king of Congo. This guy.
Hey, my boy said he did his thing while he was there though. Yeah, man.
Look at that bird.
Yeah.
And the bird behind him and shit. And then you see they got them a bird too, for real.
That dude's also the king of Buganda. I mean, I forgot what land that is, but that's a Roman. When y'all see that bird, I don't know if y'all was going over that. I just got back, but it's this other channel called Into All Truth. This female who break down the Hebrews and Israelites in the Bible. She was just showing those birds today, and she broke it down how it's all up in the Europeans, pictorials, and she linked it all to the Moors and the Romans and all of that stuff. But that Roman, when we see that bird, don't think of it as, oh, the white people, they dethroned the black Romans. No, those fuckers are still in the cut and they mind fucking all of us, just like Will Smith and them.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
See the ancient Roman symbol has that two-headed bird that's looking both out in both directions.
Right.
You know, that's why they always saying how, left wing, right wing, and all of this. And you feel me? They both birds are the same, you know, like they both wings are the same bird. You feel me? But at the same time, it is that double-headed bird or whatever. And that's why it's pretty much even spoken of in Revelation. How they be saying that, it's gonna be a great beast from the east, and gonna be three-headed, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a three-headed monster and all this, and a two-headed monster and all this war gonna go on.
Yeah, they all talked about the Scythian Mongolian people, essentially. Then and the ones that had boats and shit. That's why they said they came from the sea. Some came from the sea. Some was on land. Some had horses and shit. Like, it's like putting all the description of all these variations of ops into like a one giant image. You know, like how it's coded, because if it wasn't coded, then it would be easily seen. But they didn't have the ability to perceive. And so a lot of gems in scripture got through the filtration that they had, because they still have the need to parasite off the truth. So they want to know the truth. They don't want to forget the truth, like that type shit. But that bird concept definitely go back far And I'm gonna show y'all real quick how we see it more now, so amongst Nazis and shit. But in the beginning, it seemed like when you look at a T map, that the bird is Japan. And I don't know, I might lost people on that, but
I like that.
I did it, I think, the last stream. So the bird on top of the world tree, right? Over the earth, they're always depicting it. Here go Egypt, showing the same thing that German Nordic picture that I just showed. And the bird on top of the world. And then here go America. This is from America, and this shows a bird-headed concept that is connected to the pole star, which is at an angle. And so I would say that this type of imagery here automatically proves antiquity over this one, and even more antiquity over this one. So once again, you have source information from the America that is older than everybody else.
Hey, but when you kind of think about that, everything, the further back we go, was more technologically advanced. You know, it makes you think that the greater it may have been, the older, and the more primitive it looks like we wrote it on paper, is more modern. You know what I mean? Just just throw it out there like that. Just playing devil's advocate.
That could work. That could work. So that's why once you look at it from Japanese point of view, the way they got it set up is that no matter forward or back in time, they claim or want to be the land of the rising sun. And so we just seen the imageries on bug superheroes. And so that's this, to me, that hints at how the bird really represent the UFO. And even though these is Nazis here, they later had theirs, but we know that they had dealings with Japan during World War II. And this shit is this is what the brother was talking about earlier.
Hey, bro, I always speak on how if we truly went back to nature, like we was really in nature, like everybody would have found a friend in nature. Like there would have been an animal that you would have truly took a liking to, or that would have took a liking to you. You know what I mean? And you'd be able to call on these animals, or whatever the case may be. That's why you'll see like the Hindu goddesses maybe traveling down the river on the back of an alligator. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. How you see them, with the snakes and enchanting people with the snakes or whatever the case may be. But that's their friend to that level. So, the same could go for the bird, and especially back then, with there being much larger predatory birds. We already know about sending messages through birds, and they've been able to travel to these locations and back and forth. So, I mean, it could come down to the point that it's just like saying we could ride on the back of an animal. Man, those birds could have pulled us, man. You feel me? Especially, when you really got it, got a connection with them on any level. It's like saying if we wanted to, we could put a leash on a couple of dolphins and hook them up to a raft and never need no gasoline. You know what I'm saying? Them dolphins are gonna get you there if they rocking with you like that. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing could go for the birds and any other creature. You feel me? That's where we get all these ideas of inventions, and then other people get jealous and have to make it modern. They were like, "Cause hey, who the hell can get those birds to do what he did, or get those elephants to do what he did, or those dolphins?" You feel me? Just adding up.
Yeah, I hear that. That's why That's why I don't think that the bird represent the animal, because anybody could be a falconer, right, or something like that. And birds also is seen as the ones that come down and can fuck shit up, or right, we could even partake of a bird.
Hey, bro, you know why they use their symbol? From what I know, it's called the birds of prey. Those type of birds, they're like ultimate predators. So that's the symbolism of
Yep.
somebody being subjugated. When you see that flag on your shit, that means you have been annexed. Especially
Yep.
those Saladin birds. That's they say German and all that shit, but that's actually from the Phoenicians, from the rising phoenix, and they got a sort of superiority
Yep.
understanding over all earthlings as well, going all the way back to the old world.
Yeah,
You
it's a
know, they
language. It's a language that like nations speak.
right and through
It's
symbols.
almost like how mascots, how teams have mascots. And if we had to judge them by their mascot, then we're gonna know who is predator to who. So a lot of cultures use that
What?
bird. Uh,
I just said I got Vicks on my
hey,
nose.
so a lot of countries
Like
will
a
use
baby
the
rapper. I
bird
didn't even need to
to
use that shit.
represent the fact that they know that we are the Nagas. You know what I'm saying? So we those serpent races. So they're gonna have a bird as a representation because the bird is he can prey on that, on that snake. The serpent, there's really nothing a snake can do, and with a bird other than take him down with him. I've seen where a bird where a snake might actually choke the bird and they both die. But for the most part, the bird's gonna win. Just like sometimes you'll see a cat on certain flags. You'll see a cat because that cat can kick a snake's ass. So it's just like saying, once again, like I say, everybody would have that animal maybe as a protector or whatever. But it's like saying, yo, hey, you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So if you bring your serpent to try to attack me, and I got a bad bird or a cat, then we gonna kick both of y'all ass, your snake and you. You know what I mean? So that's what it kind of like boiled down to, is it's sending a message of, oh yeah, ain't you a Naga? Well, god damn it, I'm a Falcon. That type of thing.
Wow, I ain't never seen it like that, but that makes sense though, because the bird, I definitely agree with you, and that's what's on the Mexican flag,
Yep.
and it's seen in a lot of ancient shit too, for real. Like, it's a really old symbol.
What about
This
the feathered
like
serpent? You know,
bird.
they got the feathered serpent as well, the snake with wings, like Umaru. I think his name
Mhm.
Umaru something. Forgot what it's
So
called.
so that would be a hybrid of something that's going along with one another as opposed to opposing one another. Kind of like a
Mhm.
mix.
I just thinking it's like symbolizing the ultimate predator for war and domination. I think, like he said, they speaking to each other through symbols. So you got some nations with the snake. You got the snake in the bird mouth. You know, symbolizing how they conquered the Nagas or the indigenous people. Because snake could be referring to land people, people of the land, and the bird can be symbolizing the invasion. You know what I mean, or
Mhm.
conquest. So the feathered serpent could be the ultimate warrior or the ultimate kingdom who got you know all types of abilities in the land, water, and sea. I'm just looking at it from all perspectives. I might not be right. You
Nah,
know,
I like that though. I like that.
Yeah, shit. I
Yeah.
deal with it. I deal with it. And you know what? And this is not to be argumentative or nothing. I'm just exploring all avenues.
right? Exactly.
And you know what I'm saying? And to add to that, and I don't think they'll have nowhere else to go with a rendition of what it could be, is a reptilian with the ability to fly,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
a
yeah. Birds are
reptilian
reptiles. Birds are reptiles.
reptiles off a spaceship or some shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Though. Yeah, because the flight. But what I'm saying is, see, that's why I say we. When I say we are the reptilians, like they'll tell you the first thing ever that lived in the even in the waters was a trilobite. Trilobite. You know, so the trilobite being the ancient ancestor of all life. The trilobite is a reptilian. So we're all reptilians. Down to the fact that, like I say, even a bird is in the reptile family. It's just in the aves.
That's true.
The aves portion of the family. Aves means like aviation, meaning like flight. So it's in the reptile family, but it's a part of the category of the ones that can fly. Yeah, but they're all reptiles, even the bird.
They call birds raptors.
That's real. Yep. Yep. Well, yep.
Huh. Oh, they go bird hiss. And so this is a folder, right? That I hate this. It's so ugly to me. But this go into that day roll, long nose meatball concepts with the ability to fly. Now, could they could be represent if what you said, bro, that the snake represent the Nagas, and Nagas is a generic term for creations or avatar types. Then
Hey, bro,
that
you just
can
made
work
me.
with those day roll meatballs. But here is a list of all the times that the snake and the bird had been represented close to one another. Right? And I don't know, that shit kind of let's look.
Hey, bro, you just made me really go into my mind and understand what a dinosaur truly was. A dinosaur, number one, we see the word saur, Saur. That means a lizard or reptile, of course. And what I'm saying is a dinosaur, like we were saying, raptor. Birds are called raptors. Well, that was the evolution of the reptile becoming a bird. You feel me? And when we say raptor, we think of the RA, you know what I mean? RAP maybe. But that's nothing of the sort, right? Is when you really look at it, RAPTOR. Like we say, vowels are interchangeable. So the PTOR is really PTER. And when you see the word PTER, you're gonna see it like in words like pterodon. You
Yep,
feel me?
yep. Put the
Oh,
P first. Yep,
Yeah. So it was never the RA because that represented Ra.
yep. You
Huh?
on
And just like we
wow.
said, Ray, because we saying the Ray Patal or reptile or the Ra Pator or Ra Pater. So the pterodon is the bird. Like we say, like I forget the name of the other one.
A pterodactyl.
pterodactyl.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
pterodactyl. Yeah, and then we say pterodactyl, but it's PTER. So it, once again, is the pater,
that
the rat
Pator.
pater.
Yep, that Pator is
Yeah,
in there. Yep, you can see, boy.
yeah,
That's
Sure
tough.
enough, you
for
got
real.
the viz.
That's tough.
Hey,
And then go ahead.
now I want you to get off the. I think you was going to show
Okay.
something with the snake and the Sumerians. I don't want you to get off your
No, I'm
comfort
about
zone.
to say something off what he's saying.
Okay,
Uh the dinosaur, a bird soars in the air. And I
right.
remember back in the day that watching the movie Jurassic Park, he soft disclosed in a pseudo type fashion about a pseudo subject, kinda, that his lone belief, the guy in the movie, his lone belief was that dinosaurs was birds or they had feathers and shit. And they kind of joked at him, mocked them because it's a weird idea. Whole time later on, in the more, and look, oh my God, I don't know what this means. This is America right here. And this is a goddamn snake on one side and a bird man with little feather type little things here getting eaten by a giant, it seems. So check. I don't even know if this is in the same photo. It should be, but I'm crossing ideas. So he said that, you know, they show that feathers or birds or I'm sorry, raptors and shit, they got feathers. And the newer version of what a dinosaur looked like, they show them with like a light furry feather that's on them. This shit wild to me though.
I see it. Yep. I see it. Yep. Damn.
You see
Damn. Like that was the real deal. That other shit was like some modern, like maybe in the 1800s they made that shit. But man, that shit on the wall is where they get that from. You did that, bro.
Yep.
That's what yo, that's tough.
Yeah, they probably was studying Australia and America way before Africa. They've been writing this shit 300 years, man. Probably.
Bro, that was the first cover of Time magazine, like, 3,000, years ago.
That's the caveman shit. That's the prehistoric shit to the right.
Yeah.
They copied them joints.
Real.
They studied that shit.
Yeah, they know our whole story because in antiquity, what's it called? I think it's Timbuktu. Places they ransacked, Alexandria, they all talked about the West or Alaska, whatever you call this place. They all of those countries got literature on the West, so they knew like actually California is a story they heard of in Spain. They never heard of it till they heard it from the Spanish. So these, what we call it, legends and folk tales existed. They was reading about it. And when they got over here, that's when the usurpation and the revision and the oppression started. But I believe wholeheartedly ain't none of Europe, Africa, the Church of England, none of that, ain't nothing over there significant ever happened. America is literally being ravaged. And they rewriting everything, mocking us, bro. That's the vision I got. I see it.
Like putting America everywhere and hiding it at the same time, type shit.
I mean, it's the Moorish Empire, which definitely has a lot to do with America, and that's probably the true, like biggest secret. You feel me? Like that's the biggest cover up right there.
Oh yeah, the Moorish issue. Yeah, that's definitely
the Moorish Empire in America. Like the connection, their connection to the Moorish. They are part of the Moorish Empire. You feel me? There's no way that we're gonna know that a indigenous person is a dark skinned person. Then we're gonna say Moor means dark skin. We're gonna know that all indigenous people must be Moors, and then we're gonna say, well, the indigenous people in America are not Moors. Come on, man. Like, we sound ignorant. You know what I'm saying? All of y'all are Moors. You feel me? I don't give a damn what country it is. If you're indigenous to that land, you're a Moor. You know what I'm saying? Even if you have blood, goddamn, you're Moorish. We don't play that shit. We don't exclude our people. All y'all are Moorish. You know what I mean? Or either that, or you want to claim to be a part of the mulatto races. Have fun trying to be a European in the future. You know what I'm saying? You can make your Logan Paul, like I showed you earlier.
Again, bro, the bird and the snake again. He owns something to that. You cooking, boy. You know why I seen that too? I seen that with the Zapotec. It's called the Zapotec Empire in Mexico. They got a lot of these statues with these dudes with fez caps on, like in India. And they got a lot of that, like they coming outside of the bird mouth and with the snake involved. So we can attribute this to Mexico as well.
Yes.
Like come on, man. Like birds look like snakes. When you look at condor, even an ostrich. I mean, goddamn, like all of these long neck birds, a turkey. Come on, man. Them birds look crazy.
Yeah, like, they look just like snakes, like they on a hunt. You know, predators.
Yep.
Oh
Like,
shit!
like, bro, you can
Don't
tell they
this
all
look?
reptile. Go ahead.
Don't this look like a fasces he got in his arm? A little cannon, rocket
Yup,
launcher shit.
yup.
Okay. Yeah.
One of them old weapons. He's definitely a warrior, so that's definitely looking like a
Yep.
giant weapon, some type of weapon.
It's
Yeah,
a cannon barrel.
yup. I
Wow.
wouldn't doubt
A
it.
big bazooka.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
Now, hey, for real though, man, bro, the Moors invented the cannon and the cannonball. You feel me?
They
Like,
go to serpent.
man, they know what time, and that's what I be saying. Like, we think we going up into like technology and we advancing and all this, bro. We ain't got nothing bigger than an AK. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't got nothing on a goddamn cannonball.
You know what,
You
bro? If you look at our culture in general, when they try to replicate it, they always come up a little short anyway. They just can't quite cut it. Same with them guns and cars. Now go back to that movie. I think it was called Residential 9 or something over in Africa when the alien spaceship had came to South Africa and the aliens was in a little city. I forgot what it's
Yeah.
called. It came out about 10 years ago.
District 9.
District 9. They had the technology that the Europeans can use, some type of guns or something that only certain individuals could even activate. So what I'm saying is they got, like, you know, in the Four Corners region in Nevada with Area 51 at, they found the Moors, whatever the word is for weapons cache. I think that's what it's called. They been found the high tech stuff but they can't activate it because they damn sure can't tell us about it. You know what I mean? But the guns and stuff, that's just stuff that they replicated and that ain't, and didn't, they got lucky, didn't even get it right. You feel me? But it's way more out there, man, as far as technology and advanced plasma beams, laser beams. They got all that, but they can't quite cut it like, you know, one of y'all can. You know, if y'all got in there and engineered this stuff, look at the wheel and the wings on that character. Look at that. I mean, come on,
And
man.
they call that Yahweh / Zeus. So Yahweh, no wonder, right? I ain't even listen. I thought this was the first time I was going to link this up, but they already put Zeus in the name for this picture on the right, Zeus / Yahweh. So they already knew that the Zeus and Yahweh was the same and shit. And you know how they do. All the pictures of white men, for the most part, look like this: Jove and shit, Jupiter, Jove, Yahweh, Zeus. All right, so now you know they bluffing their ass off. What they really talking about is the same shit you see with Atlas.
Yeah.
So, all right, you know what? I'm gonna make a case real quickly, man, because this is live. This is wild, Joe. Look how this shit flow. Let's see if I can find a picture of Atlas real quick, just to beat them with. Because they thought, you know, I feel me, like they all look the same. Well, I don't know where Atlas would be, but I'll take her picture too. Atlas, where would Atlas be at? Tree order. Let me go in here. Hollow step. Hold up. It's gonna be up in here somewhere. All I need is a picture of the Atlas meatball. Tree trunk. Damn, I don't know what the fuck. Let's go to Google then. Let's go to Google and just put Atlas stone, ancient Atlas. No, they're gonna bring a map up. Ancient Atlas statue. Oh shit, that shit said I didn't even put Atlas in. Atlas. So to me, The Atlas is tough because it's talking about these meatballs. Why he look just like, how they all look the same? You know what I'm saying? How the fuck they all look the same? And I'm gonna take this picture right here because they depicting what otherwise would be called hairy men or wild men, but you know what I'm saying? The bearded, the uncut hair, you know, the statue, like they got a goddamn statue of this shit that look like a mud fossil. You seen that one? It looked like a giant humanoid that was turned to stone. And I'm gonna try to be brief as possible. That shit a little wild. So how you get it where all they gods, so to speak, first of all, they got nice ass marble carvings of all this shit. You know they bluffing. You talking about everything ancient and shit the whole time though. They got surviving statues of their gods. And they all look the same. They all look like Serapis and all this other shit. Computer don't even like me no more. Look, so here go a rendition of Atlas. They pretty much all look the same. Don't like how he looking at South Africa, right? Like they made sure to put Africa right there in his face, so you looking up at it like, yeah, we gonna take that type shit. And what this is kind of like what this meatball looked like, who is potentially a statue or a frozen giant and shit. And then they Zeus and shit as Jupiter and all them other type meatballs or whatever. They all look the same. Why is that? I'm thinking that because they come from the same place, that ain't nowhere where the fuck we from. Like in none of these 7 continents. I don't know. I think I'm off topic for real. I don't know where. I just wanted to see them things lined up because giants ain't shit for real. Just because they giants don't mean they not creations. And this concept, this picture right here will prove to me in my language of Nagas, that they just creations for real. Look. They just creations. That's why we don't need them.
All this making sense. And you know, going back to the flood, so-called mud flood, God flooding the world, and because I think they said giants was on the earth, and it's another source I was reading about the cone heads and all of the other engineered people, the blemmies, the people who got their head in their chest. So it was probably so much corruption back then that it might be some truth to this destruction of the old world and why they destroyed it.
Genetic manipulations, facts. Yeah, I dig it. They definitely had different type of peoples and shit.
Right.
So
Even on them Buddha pictures, they show different colored people.
right. It's so much earth to cover. It seemed like the technology would behoove us to be like, it really would take time to try to. It has taken time to try to put this in the language, in a wordplay we understand readily. I'm thinking that because all these atlases and shit is holding the earth up, because I did, I looked up, like, look up how they depict people like Neptune and Uranus, all the so-called planets, and they would have a sphere, some type of ball, whether it's a planet or not, that's associated with their depictions. And so it seemed like the onset of the indoctrination, in which they take the concept of the earth and ball it up. And they got it to where he primitive and shit. They always naked, damn near. But that's a lie, because the earth, I don't think, is a globe. So the Mayas got their own version of this concept of Atlas. And I don't know if it's overlooked. I think it's easy to overlook, actually. It's easy to overlook. It's just a matter of when you see the world depicted by the Maya Jiffy, they show people up underneath the joint holding it up. You know what I'm saying? Here you go. They show people up under there holding that shit up for real, just like Atlas is. But they not holding up a ball. So what they doing is hiding what the ancestors of this land knew about, which was the inner world. And when you get to Europe, even though they copied everything, they talking about worlds and shit now. They talking about planets and shit now. You know what I mean? See, they doing, I can't zoom in no further, but they doing the same shit. They holding up the ceiling, like how Atlas is. And people that profess ancient cosmology, they should be ashamed of themselves if they've been at this for years and years, and they got followings, because you would have been pointed this shit out, and it would have been to the benefit of the people for real. But the shills and the agents, they look over the same damn pictures, and they don't press on none of these buttons that's right there in their face. And so check, this is ancient Maya cosmology, which is damn near the identical to the Olmec seem to be the oldest, but it's the same. And this go all the way up into the Yggdrasil tree, which is Scandinavian, right? And then that connect to what you find in the Hindus. And so in all these ancient cosmologies, the inner world is a true thing. You know what I mean? Anyone who says otherwise, right, that promote any other thing, they slacking. I'm talking about, anyone promote this shit for years on years and shit, and claim to be a truth or claim to be, you feel me, the number one. No, the fuck you not. Because from Olmec to Mexico to Germany to Tibet to India, they saying the same fucking shit, but ain't nobody pointing that shit out, bro. And so these white people came from up under there, y'all. Them giant motherfuckers, their technology, they exist down there. How about that? Taking the fact they from tech like everybody else. They definitely down that motherfucker is what I would suggest. But I ain't got no other proof, man. And there's some shit. Hey yo, check. This picture, this little photo fun though. Look. Here go proof that this flower concept represent the World Tree. The Saints football team. They go to World Tree right there. Right? So here goes Scandinavia. That shit just like the Maya.
Yeah, that symbol, what they call it, the fleur de lis. You know,
Scandinavia, that's one of them countries that the so-called Scythian Buddhists or Tartarians used to run a long time ago. And they'd give them a fake name, Norse or Viking.
Yeah.
But they won't tell you the Vikings were some dang Islamic people with Moorish writing all on their clothes. So it's hard to accept the Vikings being white people, albinos, when in that time they was getting enslaved. Right?
And Vikings, you know, VI means like the number 6.
Right,
so
right.
It always made me think of the 6 kings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that symbol, that fleur de lis, you know, fleur, Fleur means flower. You know, it's the flower of Lise or Lisa. So they mean like Mona Lisa. And that's the flower that was in her ear when, who is that painted that image?
I know who you're talking about though. Yeah.
Whoever painted Mona Lisa. Yeah. She had the flower that we call the fleur de lis, which is now, you know, the same symbol like you say for the saints and for the French. And it's also been used as the spear on the end of their, you know, it was a tip on the end of their weapons. Like even our burglar bars, which I'm sure we've all had burglar bars somewhere in the hood. The burglar bars used to actually have these on top of the burglar bars. Like if you catch somebody with an estate with a big wall around it, they'll probably have burglar bars with those spikes at the top. Yeah. So that fleur de lis gonna cut you. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm sorry. There you go again. With the dang on castle at the bottom. Okay, so on the Viking tip, I'm familiar with a relay that stated, actually seen it. Actually, it said it was a Viking, piece of armor or weapon, like a sword.
Yeah, and Allah was stitched into their clothing. A lot of the clothing.
Right, Allah was all on there. Yep.
Yeah, but this is when we was talking about the Crusades, and popular Persian leader put a ban on all albino people with blue eyes. So it's not. I'm not gonna just say, okay, the Holy Moorish Muslim sent white people to America to conquer America when they hated white people back then, or albino. They don't. And then it's hard to. Now, one more thing. In Islam, according to their creed, what we call albinos or whites. Now, I say albinos. I don't say whites. They're reduced to slavery. They're called Mameluke or Slavs. Today we know them as Slavs. So in order for so-called white people to be in Islam, they have to be a slave. So maybe the Vikings were the slaves for Islam, but the fact of the matter is they got this language is showing you that it's not a pro-white establishment like they trying to push with these Vikings. You see.
Okay. Okay, not a pro-white establishment, but that's what they telling us. Like only that part. Like they're not
Right.
telling on who behalf do they serve and type shit.
Exactly. That's what they not telling us. Exactly. But we didn't put two and two together. And I got an old map of how Moors or the Caliphate, the Umayyad Caliphate, was using Vikings to raid the Franks and the I think it's called the Gauls. It's a whole map showing you their allegiance to the so-called Moor. And it's also another movie called Saladin something. Dang man, I cannot think of the name of this movie about Saladin on how he utilized the Vikings. So history shows you, it talks about it. We just believe whatever they put in these school books.
So
Hey,
they
hey,
mercenaries. They mercenaries type. They could be
Mercenaries,
hired.
right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
yeah, yeah, and the Saladin or Saladin, like you see the word Aladdin in there. You feel me? And I always thought about, I'm like, damn, I guess they had Aladdin because he can make your dreams come true. You feel me? Because the people dress like the damn genie, so to speak, right? So, so when you say it's Aladdin, there's also a word Sulatin, and that word is also the word Sultan. So it's all really the same.
Yeah,
You feel me?
facts.
And you can tell it got to do with Salat. Salat means to write. You feel me? So George Washington, when he wrote the letter to the Sultan or the Sultan, you know, he wrote it to the Sultan, and I feel like they were called a Sultan because they were the ones who Sulat. They were the ones who could write. You feel me? This what made you nobility having this knowledge of, you know, writing or art or because all of it was language. You feel me? So you would have had to have extensive knowledge to be even allowed to be a scribe or anything of that sort. So that's what made you a sultan. You feel me? It's just like saying a regent. Regent means you ran your region. But obviously you had to do it with more than just a sword. You had to put it down with that paper. You know what I'm saying? You had to been able to write decrees and laws and you feel me, do it in a, in an ecclesiastical, a canon law or a lawful way. You know what I'm saying? You had to be able to prove yourself.
So they would not be independent if they didn't have their own ability to communicate amongst themselves and do barter and eventually business and law. So the
Yep.
importance of reading and writing could be even attributed to the undoing of slavery or the masters over slaves. Once the slaves begun to read and write, they could organize better.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. That's where the spells begin because it's still all about the battle of the minds of the wits at that point.
That's deep right there, boy.
Yeah. Because that's the only way you can use it against people because they have to at least be able to have a small amount of comprehension. Or should we even throw them in the category of understanding? Let them stand under this shit. Because they don't even truly comprehend. You feel me? So they have to stand under it. And that means by force or by ignorance, which means choice.
Now, when I studied the Scythians, Slavic, their writing and their language sounds like a little bit of everything on the languages that we know of, right? And speaking with people from Sweden and their accent and hearing them speak amongst themselves, it sounds like everything from Spanish, Russian, French, and English can be heard in a language. You know what I mean? And I don't know how languages can be spread apart, divided, or built upon itself over the years to make up whatever slang formal. But I'm not a language person. I'm just, I might be able to know how to read that, see what I'm reading. Like I'll know what country it's from, maybe, or what area. But when it came to the Slavic concept, it threw me a curve because I didn't know they had stone writings. Like they have ancient writings in stone. Now, the way I was taught, or the way how I learned it, was that Slavic meant slave, and the generalization means now that those people were slaves. That's why they called them Slavics. But it seemed like they are unto themselves with their own shit, from Bohemia concepts all the way to Siberian concepts. They seem to me to be loosely as related as what they said these confederations of Mongolia is, amongst these people to unify tribes to go fuck somebody else up together. So, I mean, this picture from Maya, this shit throw me a loop a little bit. I only got the whole one right here, but these people, right off, if y'all seen this picture, off the shoreline, off onto the coast, is a whole bunch of these looking people here. And they could have been in places like Siberia or the Americas. He got the same idea of the ear being long like that you find in the Americas and in Asia. But when you see it in Asia, that's because their ears is big as fuck. It's not that they have a ring or a hoop in them. And I'm currently working on what to do with these big ear concepts, because you see them. And I just realized that was on that one too. Now this dude, he don't have that. And this art, I don't know what the fuck, where it's from or nothing, but I know that jawline is it should be close by. It's probably not though. I don't know if that's a real devil or not. It's possible. Here go a snake and a bird. Now this is from Islam in the Middle East. And I know we passed snake and bird and shit, but that's definitely a snake and a bird, yo. And a black devil. Might got a little hair on him.
Right, they call him Iblis.
Yeah.
Iblis.
And I don't know. I know this is African. And I don't know who would dress him up to be this way.
Damn.
That shit is very sus. If that
That's
is
deep.
real,
Look at them red ass eyes. That shit can't be real, but it probably is. Well, damn.
Yeah, it don't look like. So I pondered on this, right? And I'm thinking, okay, most likely this is like some type of artwork on this picture here. But you notice the burn. This is what you see on Spawn.
Yeah.
Right? Well, he's like burned. And his ears definitely look fucked up. Why was the ears be that big in the first place?
Right.
See, the flesh, man, the flesh definitely can change, and under a certain program. And I believe our ancestors knew how to do that more readily than we know today. That's why you got all this concept of transformation and shit. Whether it be Transformers was more of a demon tinge thing, but When you look at shit like the Power Rangers and they get together and they transform into a whole nother thing.
Mighty Morph. But just
Mighty.
look at the plating. They plate lipping and plates in the ears, deformations, long neck deformations. It's common in Africa. So I can see dude altering himself and not really being born like that. You know, this fake devil looking dude. Because if you look at him, he's an average human size. And niggas whooping him. I don't give a fuck how much of a devil he think he is.
Yeah.
He getting whooped. Like, he ain't no shit. Unless he got some type of superpowers, he ain't no shit over here.
Yeah, yo, I ain't. The realest thing that I know for sure is that this concept is found in America.
Yeah.
And this means that this one tall part and then the one short part. But it's not only found in America, it's found in China. And it represents the Spider Woman. This is how us indoctrinated in America would hear it more readily. The battle at Little Bighorn, right? Which seems like a psyop knowledge information. Little Horn, Bighorn. This is on a cave on a shadow person.
Damn, you a genius. I was just reading about that shit not even 3 hours ago, bro. That's some Masonic shit. And I was actually reading about it when I was reading about the Crystal City and how they stole some of these towns. I've never heard of this shit before. That's Masonic what we looking at.
Yes. This is occultic, definitely.
And it used to be on the Flintstones. I used to wonder when they had that hairy hat on with the one big horn and one little horn going down. That's deep.
Oh shit, they had that on the Flintstones, bro?
Yeah, when they used to go to the lodge, when Barney and Fred used to go to the lodge, they'd wear the big hairy Russian hat with a big bone sticking out it going up and one going down, a smaller bone. Yep. I got a good memory.
Well, man, let me not even leave space for error if I can help it, and go straight into probably the directly into where that's from, and in the sense of the weirdest shit that I could come up with. And it's really like I could show you the picture that's in America. And I'm surprised I don't even have a goddamn situation for this already.
I'm gonna have to catch the bus back, and I don't want to, but I gotta take your car to the shop because if your shit break down, we gonna really be looking stupid. You gonna really want me to take care of you.
So I'm not trying to show the cave painting. I'd rather show you the actual entity or type of entity that the cave painting is depicting. And it's either here or it's not, man. And I'll leave it alone. But it should be right here. I doubt it, though. It'd be just my luck. Oh, there it is. Bong. Perfect. So here you go, another rendition of how this is in Africa, but this is another part of Africa with this woman on the left. The picture on the right is that.
Man, you on point. I see it. I see it. That's deep. I think I seen some what do you call those? I seen some glyphs like that in America with this horn man named Moab man. And that Zeus character is also an African creation. A lot of people think Zeus is European. That is a Central African creation. of this devil shit. And it goes deep. The Africans got a lot to do with this shit. And look at that pipe she smoking. I was just looking at this mound shit. It's called Irene Mound. I think it's in Carolina that these African American women was working on, and they got the same shit with this pipe in their mouth. So
Wow,
this whole shit,
I
yeah,
just put together a folder. I just started a folder called Pipes, because a lot from Australia to America to somewhere else or wherever, these people on boats, they was Nagas in the type of framework as what we call sea people, these white people with the tall furry hats. That, you know, that dude that fight for the UFC, or he used to, and he'll always come up with that blonde goat fur type hat. So that's actually seen.
Sound like Cactus Jack. No, I'm just no. I forgot who used to do that. I think it
Zabib,
was karate dude.
Habib.
damn, I knew you was gonna find that bitch. I told you they was on the glyphs. Damn.
That's it. That's it, bros. Like, that's really, this, what an interesting cut,
You say
because
Little
there's a
Bighorn,
worm
the
in there.
Battle of Bighorn. So that's what this is what we talking about. They was going to get the last ancestors of the originators. When they say Battle of Bighorn, I think that's what it's called. But that's what
Hey,
they talking about.
hey,
Wow.
that ancient picture looked like a what you call a COVID mask tied over the face. I ain't lying. And but even though it's supposed to be horns or whatever, it looked like a little medical mask. Like you got to
Which
tie
one?
it behind your head. Hey, just come put this apron on and this COVID mask.
Man. So what PNF just said, what you just said, bro, it strike directly to our link with Anansi, or with Mother Darkness, or the Darkness Spider, the Mother Spider concept.
Yeah.
Because the little big horn concept of what we see here is directly related to the Mother Spider or Mother Darkness concept, because shadow people come from her. And what we see here in the America glyphs, or picture, right, whatever they call it, is a worm. You see all this mini arm white worm here standing up out the ground or whatever. It's a worm right here. And you might not can see it, but it looks like this is where the head is. But you can see all these little arms kicking out. And so I could show you a picture of a worm right now that still look like that. I just don't want to put you through me going through it. I'd rather just tell you how this white worm here, in combination with this shadow being, is what led into our problems or the issues on Earth. This is probably the explanation of fallen angels, because here you have a worm, which certain worms, if you cut a worm twice, it will have 3 different worms now, where they could regenerate and continue to live, right? And also they are the, you know how, bro, D Calico, how you was talking about how we all reptilians.
Yeah.
I agree with the reptilian DNA that we share, right?
Bro,
And the
that looks
worm is
bro, that
the
look like a spinal
meat glue.
column.
Well, the worm DNA is the meat glue. It's the shit that binds whatever
Yeah.
you mix with a man. And so it's basic and it's programmable. So the shadow intelligence program or possess the worm avatar or the physicality. And somehow put together, you got your ass you got yourself a demon in the flesh, or something to that effect. And so listen, that's just the way I interpret it at the moment. That's because I know that the worms are programmable type. Like if anyone want to do tech and take some shit over and tell it what to do, like I'll just leave it there. But this definitely is a paranormal picture that shows this. And so I've never seen one since this picture. And sometimes I gotta say that nature works in a type of way where they're gonna show you some one time. And that's
Yo,
it.
let me share something with you, man. Not to cut you off, cause this,
No, I'm
I'm
finished.
glad I came on this channel today, man. And I
Me
ain't trying
too.
to scare nobody. But when I was a shorty, I want to give it around 5 years old. My father had passed in like '79,
Good
and
Lord.
he was his name was G Bop, and he actually was the authenticator of Gangster Disciples, not Larry Hoover. But he was assassinated. I put this on everything I love. I was at my grandmother's house, and I was sort of in like an astral projection mode. I was a shorty. It seemed like I was walking around. I went in her pantry. I swear I was sleepwalking though. I seen this motherfucker with these horns, this big ass dude. I was a baby though, so I assume he was a giant. But he was with another man with a white gown on, a dark skinned, tall dude. And I just remember the dude picking me up and putting me back down, and I went to bed. And all them years, I thought it was a dream till my sister pointed at this dead man in the picture. And I was like, who is that man in the picture? She was like, that's your dad. I was like, right then and there, I told her, I was like, that's the dude I seen in my dream. He picked me up. And I seen this dude before I ever seen the picture of him. But I swear he was with one of these shadow figures. I told
Wow.
a couple of people, this is my first time telling y'all, I'm telling you, this is what I went through. I don't make up fake ass stories. That
I
ain't
believe
what I
you.
hit.
I believe you. That's heavy because we talking right now, bro. That I believe you. There's so much levels of evidence why I should. We here
I'm just
right
putting
now.
2 and 2 together because you making it like the way you break it down with the worm and the shadow dude to come into the physical realm, using the worm's flesh to, manufacture a kind of man or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When I looked at that, when you told me that was a paranormal picture, it was like, I'm talking about, wow, I'm having deja vu thinking about this thing. It was an ugly ass creature who was looking at, so I think it was my father. And it was like he only had so many minutes to, visit with me because he got killed like 2 months before I was born,
Mm-hmm.
and he was with this dude, this horn dude right there, big as hell. And they got up out of there. But it's like that shadowy figure. He's probably the custodian of the shadow realm or the death realm or the unseen realm or some shit. But
Uh-huh. That makes
this is
sense.
scary. It's getting scary, man. You scaring
And
me, Red Squid,
no,
man.
listen, you brought that's confirmation, that's evidence. Like you the one that made that link like that. Right? So your experience is, you know what I mean, is in combination and more valuable than these pictures, but it coincide with it because now we have a reference that these concepts, they do exist and our ancestors know about it,
Yeah.
and they got a dealing in our life somehow, for real. So
Yeah.
when you said the little bighorn war was to take over the last of original man, yo, you know how heavy that is? That's like saying they went after the concept and knowledge of the shadows or the
Yeah.
darkness and light and all of that stuff that come along with that.
I mean, just showing that African woman with the horn, and the Africans got the same kind of culture as the Anasazi people, who also practice something called Moab man, who is a moose. The glyph is him with moose horns. So this place called Mandan or Fort Mandan, and not too far from Dakota. What is these people name? Lewis and Clark. They went there before they started scouting out the west, on the Missouri River. Fort Mandan, y'all can look it up. See, the reason why I put 2 and 2 together is because that's a Moorish fort or African fort, Mandan or Mandingo. They went there. So seeing this devil horn shit and the Africans practicing it and the Anasazi, practice the devil horns too, it's proof the ancestors knew about the shadow world and what they was fighting back then. You know, so it's definitely something going on with the supernatural and or bringing demons to this realm. The human potential of bringing demons or shadow beings. You know, I don't get on topics like that, but you definitely got my spider senses up.
Hey, as soon as he said something about the spider, I was finna say the Anasazi. You feel me?
Yeah,
Because you know they definitely look at the great mother Amma as the weaver of the universe, and that we are all caught up in her web,
yeah,
and that she's that great spider. You know, and I mean, like the zodiac is called the zodiac because it means like the zoo. So you feel me? Like that's exactly what it's representing. It's representing every animal. Period. It's a zoo. You know what I'm saying? It's a zoo of every animal. So if the universe is really buck wild, like how we know how nature is when the lights go out, nighttime, you might see a million eyeballs up in the forest if you were to be in there. You know what I mean? Because that's when they come out. They mostly come out at night. You feel me? So man, we don't even want to imagine if that
I've done my share.
if nature truly stretches all the way out into the universe. We don't want to imagine the amount of animals or the large body of animals that are already there, especially if
Man,
it's waters above. You know,
and you see their eyes as of light, and I'm just assuming these shadow people, right? Now, these people was present at Jim Jones' church in California one day. I believe they're in California. I don't know if they're in Guyana yet, but these shadow beings, there's footage of this. They look like Jawas in the background, their eyes blinking and shit. And these people eventually, a lot of these people died following Jim Jones. Condolences. And here you got Jim Jones with FOI bodyguards, and they got a spider representation on his little insignia. He in Los Angeles. And so that spider concept is directly related to, as y'all already put together, the shadows. And this has some type of relationship with grays, or what we consider grays. So imagine for a moment, and this is freestyle. This is kind of looking into that picture with the little worm and shit, as if there's a flesh that can contain this entity or type of entity and operate within our realm pretty much with the same facility as a human or a flesh person. I think that's the type of tech we are dealing with, and it's creepy. I would assume that this is the first type of being. And when you said the stars in the multitude of different light streams is what I heard that could create life. That's wild because there's a video called Another Dimension caught on camera. And that's where you can see the mother spider herself for real. And I'm convinced. I ain't never say that out loud like that, I don't think, but I'm convinced and confident. Because just like how Brother PNF shared his personal experiences and how that relate, and how we happen to talk about bugs and stuff in the beginning too, and how it all flowed, right? And you had the brother DJ BlessOne on the DJ tip, like how things mix together and come about. It's like it's kind of karmic for real. And I add that to my understandings, like adding bits to it, to the live stream of continually going over these type of concepts. And man, that video, Another Dimension caught on camera, if you find the one that has the best quality, you would see variations of spider and shadows, and how the darkness is make up their body, so to speak. And so just like how they could be put together, they fade away into darkness. So when I see paranormal videos, which I watch a great deal of sometimes, I do study these shadows and how they move about and stuff like that. And they literally can disappear or reappear according to the light. Sometimes the lights are on, and when they turn off, the shadow being is standing right there the whole time, but you wasn't able to see them until you see the outline of them after the lights is turned off. This is going to the movie Dracula, Bram Stoker Dracula. When they was confronting Dracula in that prison, Van Helsing said, don't let him get into the shadow. Keep the light on him. And so he stepped back into the darkness, and by the time they put the light on him, he was a pile of rats. Right? And so that kind of tells the type of matristical magic or type of state that they can shapeshift. And the concept of skinwalker comes to mind. If you could put that into a flesh, into a skin. And this goes into something that we're not, oh my goodness. Look, all right, you see this guy right here? I don't know if y'all, the creatures out here, and I can't say all of this has a respectable ancestor link, though they could be old. And this is the Maya, and this is Africa.
Right. I see it. Yup, I see it. That's deep. That is wrong. What is that? What do they call that? Dang, man, I forgot what they call that. Damn, I see it. I see it. Wow. Hey, you showing everything tonight. Hey, one more thing on the shadow people before you go in.
Damn.
Hey, he going in, man. That shadow shit, man. I swear I seen one of them little motherfuckers before. That's crazy. But I ain't finna go in there. I do want to say this though, with the ancestors who created the motherboards, or what we call the pyramid complexes or the Teocallis, the way they're lined up with the constellations. If y'all ever heard of the Mayan pyramids being a computer motherboard for simulators, I believe that the reason why, especially in Egypt, where they mastered it at, and this concept of the white city, the reason why they developed it and they focused so much on the light for, especially at nighttime, is because of those shadow dudes. With blazing light, white light, the darkness can't exist. So I think our ancestors been battling them shadow dudes for millions of years until they came up with the concept of, mastering the light around them, especially with them pyramids and the altars.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Light don't exist.
Right, break that down for me.
Like the darkness is, is gonna conquer it. The only time you see light is when it actually hits or reflects off of something. Like there has to be a solid thing for it to, show itself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If there's nothing in between the darkness and the light, there will be no light. You know what I mean? It's almost like they ask if a tree falls and no one's in the forest to hear it, doesn't make a sound.
Maybe that's why we always see the moon when the sun is out. Maybe it's reflecting for us.
Damn, I know that's what they say too. You feel me? For real. But man, bro, without nothing for that light to hit, it's like saying you have no shadow if you're not standing on some type of a surface. You feel me? like where would your shadow land on? There would be no shadow. You know what I mean? So the same thing with the light. It's not gonna land. Well, I mean, if it has nothing to land on, then it really don't even exist. It's like the invisible man, and like you can catch him. You know, we can prove he in the room if we get something to reflect the light.
Right.
Other than that, he invisible. Like the sun is invisible in outer space, is what they scientists literally would tell you.
Right. It's a black it's a black massive object that's reflecting off its gases is why we see it maybe. But yeah, man, this shit got my eyes open, man. I mean, like I was telling you about the horn dude. I got so many anomalies, so many paranormal experiences that I just try to forget about because it's stressful, especially when you can't explain it.
Yeah.
But the ancestors, especially dealing with voodoo and the Yoruba cultures, because they deal with a lot of this, especially in Africa. I wholeheartedly believe that I don't want to say Yakub or Moreau's Island, but somebody was out here developing these beings and flooding us with them like they doing with CERN. Like I'm really believing that, and I don't even get into this type of shit, man. It's a cold video, man.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, my boy, man, my brother, Red Squid setting it off.
Yeah, you going. I appreciate this because I be really political and just dealing with the lower level liars. I like to get into this shit. This is what we need to be doing, but carry on, Red Squid, man. Carry on.
Shit, I
Shit.
don't want to keep everyone, man. I really trying to look at one more concept and then I'll just shut the screen shit down because I mean, listen, I don't know, I feel very, very, very inspired by this bill, man. I appreciate both of y'all, man. I appreciate being a part of it, man. Word up.
Yo.
Yes, sir. You already know you're always welcome over here, bro.
So I can't find it, but I'll find it for another time. But there's images of Inca or Peru. I forgot who it is, but they have this gold piece in their mouth to where it covered a mouth and it looked like it's in this shape. And that's what I was looking for. I rarely see a mouth open on these things or these shadow, and it don't look like it's all shadow. And so what the brother was saying about light and darkness on that video, another dimension caught on camera, the light was the web. And then you see all these little darkness concepts that look like dark piece of static that eventually they look like little spiders and shit. And then you see the formulation of stuff. So the light was the web and the darkness was the beings or the spiders. And so I don't know, that add on or whatever to what you were saying about how they work one and the same. But I've seen one or two footages of this in South America. A really creepy crab walk concept. It's in the dark. You can't really make out what it is, but you can see that it's walking on four legs and that
Hey,
it
bro.
moves.
Matter of fact, like, can you look up white WIGHT? Maybe,
WIGHT. All right.
yeah, white, or maybe even put people PPL right behind it. Yeah, but WIGHT. What is it trying to show you? Trying to show you
It's
something
showing
different?
results for white people.
No. Tell them you don't want WHITE. You want WIGHT.
WIGHT. That's what I got up here.
Yeah, but they trying to ask you what they say. They showing results for some other shit.
No, they're saying white people. They showing me results for WIGHT.
Hold on, I might have to pull it up.
Alright.
IGHT.
I'm gonna shut down the
Yep,
screen
a
share.
person of specified kind, especially one regarded as unfortunate. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said people on it. Hold on.
Mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Wow.
Hold on. Hold on.
Man, I'm really grateful because this build helped me, yo. And the wordplay and order of things. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, man. Because insectoids and shadow concepts is only loosely connected in my relay so far, but definitely, man, I had plans about this insect joint, and it just so happened that this is how we do it, yo. Wow, that connect shadow concept that take us all the way back to when we just come from the primordial water of darkness, right? The dark waters, so to speak. And so the knowledge of that, if we don't have it, we can't utilize it. And as it seemed that the opposition is the only ones who are able to communicate, conjure, and deal with the shadows because we're not taught it. You know, so they got a monopoly on some natural thing like communicating with the earth or spirits. Isn't that some shit? That's like saying that we could get money from trees, but because we don't know, they the only ones getting money from trees. Type shit. That makes sense.
Hey, like, see, I've been talking about these whites for a long time, and I had made a post. I
What in the
went back in,
world is that, bro?
yeah, these are whites. Let me show you. Like I was saying, I had made this post a long, well, now 2020. I made it 2020, but I had already knew about this, and I had to make a crazy post one day. But these are the whites. Like, I'm gonna show you even the definition, telling you exactly what they are. That's why I say that image you showed me. That image you showed me reminds me of this. Oh yeah, I don't see yours down there no more. I would have pulled it back up. But right. See, it says clearly white, old English, white, uh, living being, creature, person. You feel me? Something, anything, from Proto-Germanic witty, whitey. Like we say old whitey, huh? Cognates, old Saxon, white, thing, demon, Dutch, witch, or white. A little child, old High German, white, or thing, creature, demon, Germanic, wit, or creature, little child, old Norse, better, thing, creature, Swedish, vat, spirit, the earth, gnome, Gothic, white, something from Proto-Indo-European, weti, meaning thing, Creature. Source also of Old Church Slavonic vestige, a thing not related to the Isle of Wight, which is from Latin vectus, originally Celtic, possibly meaning a place of the division. What does it mean by division? The cellular division, or the division of the people to create the white, right?
That's heavy, bro.
Look at this shit, man.
That's ugly. So a creature, a demon. So to say white people would be to say demon people,
Yes,
or
creature.
creature people, or thing.
Or what? Like what? 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 Yo, when you say what,
Oh,
you really mean that right there, them. What? Like anybody would say that. That show you how we still speak the same ancient languages. Cause we'll still do that. We would see that motherfucker. We be like, what? He be like, how you know my name? We be like, what? He be like, how you know my name? We'll be lost in the song. Be like, that's your name? Yeah, that's what they call me.
wow, that's funny, yo. And so a child, I'm thinking a child, and it do say gnome later, but a creature, a creation. So that means you create an android, you're gonna have to teach that clone
Bro,
or that android.
is that like what you had? Is this what's in the caves? Like that image you saw? That's why it looked like it was glowing in the dark. It was a white.
Man, go look on his foot. Go look, zoom in on his bottom foot right there.
Hey, his foot.
That shit is the creepiest shit I've ever seen. I've like it's like it's a demon because its foot is kind of like it's on something that's not really a part of the rock, but it is. So this shit was in Puerto Rico or something way back in the day, yo. I remember this shit. It looked like a gremlin, and the eyes are red. Yo, that's accurate. That's
Hey,
crazy.
so you say that's his foot, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
What about that?
Look at it. Yeah. There's a pictures of tall white giants with wings with feet like that from medieval Europe. I think that's some inner earth creature
Yeah,
genetically.
exactly. It's a necessity of being in the earth. Like there must be like a steep kind of a climb that people make, or they hold on to ledges like birds or something, to the point that the feet came accustomed to that. It's like saying everybody has to take a seat. So, you know, they don't sit down. They were probably was hanging or perched on branches, looks like.
Mm.
Becoming such tree people, I mean, your foot would have to adjust. It's like saying you live in the water, you're going to have to get flippers. You feel me? The web between your toes would extend.
What a wild genetic anomaly this is. I you what you just said made me think maybe bird and snake mean different ways to get down there.
Mm, that's real. Yeah, because you either can take the caves, or you can, take the path under, under like the underground cities and all that, the tunnels, so to speak. You can either take the cave system, which is the flight, like bats and birds and things, take that way, or you can take the tunnels, like the snakes, the nagas.
Or you could fly down there, or you could walk down that motherfucker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hmm. What a
Yep.
what a interesting they fooling us type situation. Like, oh man.
See, we had the audacity, like we probably from inner earth, like we just seen these Vadoma people the Vadoma people have their feet this way. They're probably natural inner earthlings. Well, the inner earthling that was created look like these mother suckers. You feel me? Their feet adjusted to climbing rocks and stuff too. But they look like this mother sucker. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, whatever mineral in his body, like iron or whatever, copper. Well, not really copper, obviously, because he's not brown. Well, I don't know what you want to say. Maybe it would be copper because he's kind of green. What I'm talking about is, it's shining through his skin, whatever mineralization is inside of him.
I
He's
wouldn't be
that white.
nowhere near the motherfucker. For real, for real. Like, I don't know who
No,
had the nuts to sit there and
it
take a
puts you
picture.
in the in the frame of mind of Hanuman. Like this is probably where they get the legend of Hanuman, so to speak. I'm gonna go to him next.
Zoom in on his hand, bro, and see if that looked like an actual hand or a monster.
Looks like a bat, like how a bat barely uses those hands, like the bat wings, but no wings, like the bat hands,
Mm-hmm.
but wingless. And if that ain't where they got gremlins from, man, what the fuck?
And so check. I will say this, man. I'm leaving it alone. It's a small possibility that the person who took that picture ain't even see the motherfucker standing there
Exactly.
and just took a random picture of that cave crevice and picked it up.
Uh-huh. Do you think his hand look more like this?
Look at that. That look just like they dumbass.
Yep, but
And
with
guess he got
more
the white
mineralization.
mohawk like the white man rowing the boat for the Mayan.
Mm-hmm. And he got older hair. Like you tell, he's a granddaddy. He's like, I look good for my age, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
The other dude, the one we just seen, was a young guy. And this little Pikachu little mother sucker, you ain't even gonna get on him. Like, he got to be the daddy of all these hamsters and shit that people got in their house. Like, come on now.
The most
This the
evilest
hamster
shit.
daddy. What the heck? Dang.
What the fuck was they thinking, man?
Man.
A new batch.
Look, he looks like a raptor. A raptor. Huh?
They
That
got
perturb.
no they got no purpose for real.
Mm-mm.
But to
It's
fuck
just
some
a
shit up.
flightless bird in transition of getting his feathers. So it's just eating rodents off the ground. It's not flying in, you know. He walking up on his rats. He's walking down on them, you know what I mean?
Man. Hey yo, they better never have no motherfucker like that walking around here, yo. I mean, listen. And you know what? It's a possibility that the smorgasbord of entities they created in pursuit of science might have a lot to. Oh my god, might be a lot of what this cryptoid phenomena really is. Me personally, I don't see no reason for mermaids, but I think they do exist. But I don't think they exist like there's a kingdom down there. It's more like they just fucked off and they created a couple of these beings that could live and they actually continue to live down there, or they demons. But as far as there being like a whole bunch of they dumbass and they got little communities, that's probably dead.
What you say about that one there, Squid? Is that what you were showing us? For sure.
This is one of the most earliest rake photos ever. I think they had this before they even used the term rake. right? This came out in the 90s or the late or the mid or early 2000s.
Is this the Blair Witch Project? Shit.
This is supposed to be from a trail cam, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I had
And
just put all
it's
the images together that reminded me of whites. You know
deceit.
what
Yes. I had a folder with rakes in there called whites back in the
I'm
day.
saying? Damn. See that?
I listen. As long as oh my God, there's something to that. I don't know what it is. Mm.
Yeah, man. I be doing look at that. I got 4 likes, man. These people ain't got no sense, man.
That
And one
because it's probably creepy as hell, but I wouldn't excuse them. It's still interesting. I
yeah,
mean,
man.
the definition alone should get a like.
Exactly.
Who knew that? You know,
Exactly. You know what I mean? For real,
creature
man.
and shit, demon, and that's what you got. And each one of them rendition, you got the creature in the cave, the demon in the trail cam, and you could put a person up there, and they could just be like, "This is why this shit confusing because." We be trying to think about what's nature and what's natural and shit. Whole
Yeah.
time, it's so many genetically modified concepts that should even spill into the spirit realm. And that sometimes that shit get annoying. You be like, oh man, you know what?
Yeah. Like, yeah, this got wicked. Yeah, this was a hell of a bill. They're called the Shadow People. But for sure. Wichita. Can't be spotted is my animal totem. What's up? Have to research. Shadow People and spotted. Never heard this before. Yep. They say we all have a job to tell the truth for the community, period. Maybe they were talking about Palladians or hybrid of them. Man, it'd be hard for me, Squid, it'd be hard for me to give the Palladians to the Caucasians, man, and just say that, yeah, these Caucasoids are Palladians. You know what I mean? It's just like them claiming
You know
Polaris.
what? Throw Palladians out the window. Throw the whole shit away.
Yeah.
I heard a couple of people that be talking that shit. I mean, throw that shit away, yo. It ain't no such thing. Palladians is a way to show you an inner earth being without saying it's from the inner earth. That's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a
Like,
mind, it's a psyop.
even matter of fact, I'm gonna show this one image, but you know how they always show the reptilian looking beings, like the ones that brought the pineal and all that with the tree of life and all that situation.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you see them
Mm-hmm.
always got these bag? They always had this like looks like a brick, but a purse, shaped like a purse. You feel me? You see them get
Yes,
this.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, and nobody knows what those purses are. But like you say, they make it seem like they came from outer space, but these are beings from the underworld, so to speak. You feel me? They coming
And
from.
that's a factory of that's an avatar factory down there. So let's say like how today's Mexico might have not been yesterday's Mexico. I think it's
Yeah.
the same for the inner world. Whatever the fuck going on down there now might not really speak to in a more antiquity time, right? Like they situated. I think now. Whereas how we in this metristical system, whatever the fuck is down there ain't no freedom from that government. You know, so they probably killed off most original beings, period, and replaced them much like they did here on the surface. You know, it's negative. This is why I'm lean towards a divine intervention that happened throughout time and space that will reset or set things right, because they done did so much shit and created so many other things that almost everything is a type of corruption, man, and there ain't no real um settling out of court with this shit. You know, like we supposed to sit down with some rakes and shit when we pass a tree. So yeah, you bring up these joints.
Yeah.
Hmm.
See the true purpose of these, because if people notice, they're like eerily similar to the Dagon people or the Dagon priests. You know, the ones you seen in a full body of a fish. You know, they were also depicted with these same bags in their hands, and that should have been a dead giveaway. You know, Dagon, Dogon, the fish, all of that.
Well, when you go back to the image in the Maya and zoom in, it looked like a hand drill, something that pulverizes stone in that particular one. But I've
See,
heard concepts of everything from seeds. Me personally, might be a medicine pouch. I'm not
see,
sure, and I even heard of oxygen.
see. Watch this. Essentially, what it is, it's the fact that these Dagon priests and even these Dogon beings, they were known to have come up out of the water. That's why the Dagon priests had a fish body. What I'm saying is, they needed that weight so they could submerge faster.
Oh shit!
It's like we say cement boots. You know, you're gonna go swimming with the fishes, you know, with cement boots on. Well, they carried that purse for that reason. It wasn't a person that said it, and it was a message. It's like how we had the messages on stele, which is, you know, like steel meaning the rock, which is that's exactly what that is. That's a message. So the messenger, these were the true messiahs because they were the messengers. They were coming with the message that was inscripted on what they brought, and they had to bring it back because this is how they submerge faster. You feel me? That's why it was a heavy rock, and they would have it to where it would be a ring of around the waist that was also like the size of a tire, but it was complete brick. Why would they have all this heavy stuff? It's to get back down to their world faster. You know, get back down to to the water realm. You
You
know,
know what? You know why I wouldn't agree with that outright is because of sea monsters and shit.
that's
Just like what I said, I don't believe mermaids got communities because it's shit called sharks and shit. Like I wouldn't understand how why would they navigate in dark waters? Listen, I don't like the ocean.
bro.
I ain't
Why,
gonna be in
bro?
there, so
We
I wouldn't
see,
wonder why they do it.
bro. We see people swimming with sharks all day,
You know, don't Lord Jesus.
and then I'm telling you that this person is not swimming. These people are going to the bottom. These people are walking to the bottom.
Okay, well, how about this? What if it's the equivalent of an oxygen tank?
I understand that part, but you know, I mean, when you're dealing with this type of a mammal, I believe that they would be able to, you know, be more remarkable underwater than we are.
I hate underwater, bro. So I'm
Me
never.
too. Yeah, I ain't gonna. That's the only thing I'm scared of. Shit.
Yo, I
What,
am not going down there. A goddamn jellyfish should kill a motherfucker.
bro?
Damn
I'm not
squids and
even. Bro,
octopuses and shit.
I'm
Yeah.
not even reincarnating in the water, man. I don't know how I'm gonna get them stripes. You feel me?
Yeah, them. I'm good.
You feel me? I'm be like, yeah, I go be a lizard. Can I be an elephant? I mean, shit, I'm gonna try everything on Earth before, and I hope that motherfucker don't fall in the water. For real, I ain't lying. Like I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't imagine, man. Even though that would be the
I, you know,
norm. If we born that way, it's gonna be the norm. You know.
so I
But to just
consider concepts like this for their body. For the fish body, I believe that's just like them saying they have boats, and that they came in the water from the water. They came in a boat. It's just that maybe they didn't have no boats, and so they didn't understand. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of a throwback, but it's possible that all these fish got the concept. They was just in boats for real, and that when people ain't have no boats saw that shit, they was like, yo, they came through on some fish shit. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
yeah, the stories that they come and chill, like all this stuff is outside the mind of man. So how we would do things. You remember that this is a part of a huge psyop and shit. How these interactions even went down. So it's some shit going on that it could be more complicated or it could be more simple. But that's just my spill on it, though. No, salute to you, though, man. I ain't never talk about those handbag jeffies. Uh, and I just recently heard about the oxygen tank shit. That was like a couple days ago. I heard somebody say that, but they
Yeah, you can.
definitely
Yeah,
everywhere.
you can see the astronaut imitating. In more ways than one. Like you'll see the astronauts actually have a bag just like that, and yes, ours, as far as the astronauts goes, is for oxygen. Yeah, ours is, but I just don't see that for them.
And yo, check out this Japanese channel. He just released a video, I think last night for real, and I I haven't been following him for a couple of years, but I've been subscribed to him for years. And he dropped, you know what, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start revisiting his channel in my hiatus. He a Japanese fellow, an older man, and his name is Hiroshi Hayashi. And he just did some shit on no. The reason I'm bringing him up is because a while ago he was describing these Sumerians as wearing exoskeleton to help them walk on our surface, saying that because they came from another place, the atmosphere was different on their bodies and they needed mask and exoskeleton concepts to help them walk around while they were here and stuff. And so I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, like nothing new under the sun. That's why it's too don't make no sense how much everything they doing. You can see an ancient representation. You know what I mean? We calling these bags for no apparent reason. I guess because they resemble nowadays a bag, but that's concrete. You know, if you
That
walk out
is.
into the water
That's
with
straight
that,
stone.
if you walk out into the water with that, you can best believe you can stay on the bottom and keep walking. You won't have to worry about swimming up there with the big fishes. You feel me?
More power to them if that's what they was into. I wouldn't know why they would make those stones and they not be what they got in their hand. Right? Like, why would they make them stones represent some shit that represents something else? Like, is it those stones, or is those stones representing what they had in their hand?
Yep. And she
So,
said it. Lady Al said it though. Ashe. Credo Mutua, Ashe. Because
word, salute.
that dude there brung it. You know, he was something special that the European really didn't deserve, but luckily it did trickle down into our hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. I
But
agree.
what's that white dude name? Like he done made a
David
living.
Icke.
Yeah, David Icke. He done made
Mm-hmm.
a living off trying to be, you know, just trying to interpret that knowledge when he
Creole.
don't have,
Right.
you know, they don't have that full blown comprehension. It's like saying to have a full comprehension, you're probably going to be able to have to hit it from these 3 different angles. So it took me, you, and P and F. He don't have one angle. He don't even have one of those angles. So the you know what I'm saying, the puzzle can never be put together. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, David Icke definitely a meatball. Got a big stomach off Credo Mutwa's information.
Man, that's all it was. That's what it still is. That's all it is. You know, it's just like how, you know, the brother Police and all these guys who got famous and made all of this money out of saying the black woman is God. They didn't treat her like one, but they, you know, they said she was, and all they did when they so-called brought information was regurgitated Dr. Delbert Blair. You feel me? Or maybe a little bit of Dr. Ben. You feel me? And Dr. Ben never really went scientific with it.
Listen, I
Go ahead, bro.
I looked at a before you went live. I was watching the Dale Blair little clip, and listen, I ain't gonna lie, man. Before there was incense tables and cash apps, they, you know, a lot of these people was making their circuits, their lecture circuits. That shit was none more than what we see on some of these YouTube channels, because they getting paid. And that's why he there. And Delbert Blair, he not my favorite, right? That don't mean I don't agree with everything, but I kind of forget what I hear from people a lot, and I forget what I see too. The way my brain work, it's like a pattern type flow where, you know, my memory is clicked into a karmic concept somehow. And I won't remember something unless it's meant for me to. Is how I look at it, and thinking of it like that is the reason why I even think of some of the shit that I do. And Delbert Blair, man, and his little little hairline and shit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, him and Reverend Ike, and I don't mean David Ike. When him and Reverend Ike were sent here for the brothers trying to come out of that perm stage. You know what I'm saying? But nah, at the same time, though, I do honor Dr. Devil Blair. Like he could put you to sleep. You feel me? It's like C. Freeman L. and all of those great elders. They could put you to sleep. Taj, Tariq Bey, all of these guys can put you to sleep. You know? But it has to be a topic. It has
just
to be
come
a
with the
certain
territory, huh?
Yeah, it come with the territory. It's like going to church. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna learn.
Okay,
so
bet.
when you really learning that muscle is gonna get tired. And when it's tired, your eyes ready to go to sleep, everything. You know what I mean? It's for real. It's real deal. For real. It's like you researching to, you know, get ready to do a presentation. Man, bro, while you putting that together, man, later on, man, you're gonna need you some rest, bro. For real. You ain't got to get up and do nothing. You could just sit there in front of that computer. But that brain gonna have a whole body tired. Yeah, man, but
Word.
You already know. I hope the
You know
people.
what? I used to go ahead. Yeah, I ain't saying nothing.
Now, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish it off.
Man, I only when I started on YouTube, I ain't listen to people talking. I did YouTube for other whole bunch of non-woke shit and presentations made by white people, like ancient alien type shit. And it wasn't until I was able to break out of that I was able to get real information. And that included listening to people talk. And that's all I'll say to that. And so I started late, basically, is what I'm saying.
Hey, one thing about it, like, they really weren't even ready for you yet, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it was. You know what I mean? It's like they say nature had to take its course because they weren't ready for me. You know what I mean? But obviously, they must be ready, bro. It's like they say when the student is ready, the master will appear. The people must be ready because all of a sudden it's a calico, it's a red squid, it's a PNF. You know what I mean? This shit getting drastic. Like, ain't no way the Avengers done popped up out of nowhere. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Whatever they want to call us.
That's
like,
facts.
Yeah, because they're gonna make some goddamn Marvel comics fucking around with us, bro. You know what I mean? And we ready for it. You know what I'm saying? We already know the bullseye on a nigga back just for being born real. So they just they just waiting to see you make some real moves. Then they goddamn ready to pull that trigger. But hey, man, I done did my
you
thing,
killed
man.
it with that one.
Real.
Just for being born real, huh?
Yeah, man. It's already they already got the scoop lined up.
Bro.
They were like, "Hey, get ready," you know, because you know they can't afford the rise of a blackamoor messiah. That's what they call it. You know, they call us blackamoors. You know, J. Edgar Hoover coined the term that, you know, we'll never allow the rise of a blackamoor messiah. So if you got the message for the people, and you know you are the melanated race, then yeah, they're gonna eliminate you, is what they say. That's what the CIA's mission is. That's their mission statement. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, brother. I ain't gonna lie. I would have never did all this without you. You know what I'm saying? For real. And then,
hey man,
man, you were busting gates open.
Hey man, if it wasn't for you going live and the flow to be the way it would never happen, man. So I appreciate for letting me come up here and appreciate for you doing what you're doing, man. Salute to you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, brother. For real, man. We're gonna keep. I got some heavy shit coming up, man. And I already know the people ain't really ready. It's just gonna bring more hate, but I'm gonna goddamn go get it, man. I'm gonna go get all that hate. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna be live. I'm not gonna be going live and shit too often. So for a while. So when you go live, man, I'll definitely tap in, tune in, and be in the chat. Or
yeah, I'm kind of feeling like that too, man. When I drop this big one, I don't even know what I feel like I just need to start letting shit marinate, man. Cause these people ain't really catching the wave. They ain't really catching the knowledge. You know what I mean? Like they ain't, you know, it's not enough. You know, it's cool. I'm glad anybody waking up. Just 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. You know what I mean? I'm glad anybody can wake up off this. But damn, I don't know what to say, man. You know what I mean? It's like a lost cause, man. It's a lost cause. And I really got to let it marinate. Because I want to be living to see you motherfuckers wake up. I don't want that shit to be goddamn. I don't want that shit to happen 20, 30 years from now, man. 50 years from now. I want to be living to see you motherfuckers wake up. So I'm going to lean back like my brother said, man. I'm going to start letting it marinate, man. For real. I know they couldn't handle it. If we went live every day like this, they couldn't handle this. You know? So, you know, we got to feed them peas and carrots, man. You know, there's a proper order and balance for everything. So you can't feed steak to a baby. You know, we got to start off with peas and carrots. But you know, this right here is some steak. This like filet mignon and all of that. You know, this every good vegetable. This everything. This a fruit salad. Whatever you want. This was it. Seafood.
Right.
Yeah, man. This was a feast,
Man.
like they say. You know what I mean? For real.
Like the beginning verses, like definitely merry time and feasting, man. And you know, I'm definitely helped, man. I appreciate both y'all and the chat too. Your chat is lit. And
it's real. It's a real.
Yo, I'll be there. You know what I mean? I'll definitely holler at you next time, man. You already know. Salute
For sure, bro.
You,
I appreciate you, man.
Be safe and be blessed, man. To you and your chat.
Man, y'all already know. Go out there. Y'all go ahead and subscribe. Red Squid, man. Y'all go watch some of them old shows, man. This brother been going in for a long time. You know what I'm saying? If he notices the support, he'll pop back up. You know what I mean? So y'all go ahead and chime in. Hit the comment section. Let them know y'all checked them out. You know what I'm saying? But hey, real talk until next time. I can't do nothing but appreciate y'all. You feel me? So hey, appreciate y'all rocking with us for this long. And if y'all like it, we're gonna do it again. Y'all let us know.